Hello, hello.
Never in the
Are we working?
You give me the spark I need to
Testing, testing, 1, 2.
I can hear it in the distance, coming out of the dark. It's moving towards
Hi, Dave.
and me. Bring on the
Hello, Matthew.
I wanna dance in the rain.
Hello, Scorpion.
I wanna ride
DJ Nizzy, hello.
perfect storm
Dennis.
again.
Hello. You should know better to ask me that question, Matthew. I have no idea what we're doing today. Hello, Tekken. Hello, Janik. And you're welcome. Thank you, yes.
It's coming from the heavens,
Hello, Piano House Studio.
lighting up
The Piano House Studio. The only one.
saturated by the sound, awakening the senses, feeling so alive.
Thank you, DJ Nizzy.
The atmosphere is
I've been experimenting with,
tonight.
well, they call it melodic techno, don't they? Dave, hello, Jasmine.
Bring on the thunder.
Let's get a few people in first.
I wanna dance in the rain.
How is everyone?
I wanna ride the perfect.
Have a nice hot cup of tea here.
I feel it moving, the electricity flashing across the sky tonight. Let's ride the perfect storm again.
Hello, Jasmine. Did I already say hello to Jasmine? Hello, Meth. You're very welcome. Thank you. The Corinthians. Hello, welcome.
Bring on the thunder.
Hello, Jack.
I wanna dance in the rain.
No English football today. No, why is someone playing?
I wanna ride
I don't follow it.
the perfect storm again.
I'm one of those rare English people that don't follow English football.
Electricity flashing across the sky tonight. Let's
I did hear rumours of a big match. I can't remember.
storm again.
Is it England as in international football? I don't know. I do follow a football type sport, but I prefer to watch Rocket League. I've no idea how me, a man in his 40s, ended up watching a lot more virtual football than real football. But I prefer the football when it's being knocked around by rocket-powered cars than people, for some reason. I think it's a great spectator sport. I don't know about you guys, if you've ever watched any competitive Rocket League. Oh, England are playing Slovakia, are they? Ah. And they're losing. Hey! Well, if there's one thing English are very good at, it's celebrating our failures. Esports, indeed. Oh, we have run out of music. What else can we play?
Running into your forest fire, walking on your razor wire. Swear I'm
Oh, that's right. I started making some melodic techno because there was a free pack. So I thought I would try it out. Hello, the Little Pot Company. Hello to Poland. Is that Camil? Cam? Oh, that one's tough. I'm going to have to take Camilinio, Montana. Camilinio? How do I pronounce that one? Help me out. Terrible with names. Hello, JTZ92. Have I done an extended of this one? I haven't yet. Oh. I've only done a 2-minute idea version of this one. Hello, Terry from Amsterdam. The true land of the free. Hello, Laos. Do I have any plans for song breakdowns? Yes, we can do. Hi, Chris. Make you feel better. Are you ill? I'm not sure I have that power. Yes, this is my track playing your work in progress. Well, in the sense that I've not done a 5-minute mix of it yet. The track is finished though. What's the volume balance like? Can everyone hear me over the music when I speak? I'll leave that down there, I think. Oh, Chris, you're referring to the football, I see. Well, luckily, I was clued in earlier. I don't follow it myself. So I'm competing with English football, am I? It was Dennis and Jasmine. Jasmine. Yes. Thank you, earworms. I hope you don't have literal earworms. Hi, Maker. Yeah, so just quickly, since a couple of you have asked, the idea behind this track came from yeah, there was a free tech house sample pack came out. What was it called? Sorry, melodic techno, not tech house. So it would have been this one. Was it Black Octopus or? Anyway, my manager, I think I was playing around with, you can hear it in the background there, that trance kind of line. And I think it reminded him of, oh, I forgot the name of the original now. Run away, run away, run away. Somebody help me out. I've had a brain blank. Oh, it's 1-1. Thank you for the updates, Chris. Hello, Souch. Anyway, the challenge was, can you create melodic techno which sounds like that track using that chord progression? The old remind me of the original. Jimmy Somerville, was it? Goal disallowed. Oh dear. Loves. I already have purchased Ableton 12. I like the look of Raw, and a lot. The problem with it, most of those new MIDI tools are just what I had in Cubase about 12 years ago, so they're not very exciting for me. And I always take a long time to move over to other pieces of software because I'm scared the bugs will lose me time. And I'm usually making music so frequently I don't have time to get used to the new software. Bronski Beat. Thank you, DJ Nazy. Yes, that was probably, I think that was the original name of the act. Thank you. Yes. Anyway, the challenge was, can you create melodic techno with the Bronski Beat chord progression using the new free pack I found, which I can't remember which one it is. I thought I'd put it in my free pack here. Who asked for Afro House? I have a question regarding Afro House. Can someone explain to me? Yeah, Small Town Boy. There we go. Reese, holy smoke. $50. Why would you do that to someone? Just gave me a shock. Woo. Thank you very much. What are you asking? I'm trying to make my music more minimal, like in Innovisions, with less parts and less busy, but I have no idea how to go about it. I hear some tracks that have sparse bass line. It doesn't sound empty, like something is missing. Ah, okay. Whew. It's a good question. It is actually quite hard to make minimal because, like you say, it feels like all the space needs to be filled. Just before I forget let me come back to you, Reese. Before I forget my question, for those who know about Afro House, can you explain to me the difference between Afro House and organic house? Because I've been getting a lot of questions on Afro House recently, and I can't hear the difference. The two genres seem to have been conflated. Are there any experts in the chat which could tell me what my organic house video didn't cover that would be in Afro House? Right, so minimal house like Innovisions. Is that your reference, or is that a technique? Let me have a quick look. No, that's a studio. That's a Stevie Wonder album from 1973. Aha, here we go. Is Innovisions the label? Right. Thank you. So it's all the artists on that. Oh, are those posts character limited? Reese? I didn't realize that. Ran out of space. No problem. I understand the question. It is very hard to get a track that doesn't sound like the danger with minimal tracks is they end up sounding a bit what I would call like an old demo, because they kind of sound, like you say, incomplete or empty somehow. because there's not a lot of elements. So what do you do to make minimal elements sound finished? Well, one technique is noise, believe it or not. I do like to add when I'm going minimal. I do like to add like tape noise or vinyl noise or both into the track. That can really help. Or one element that just has an extremely long but very subtle reverb on it, so that's constantly kind of buzzing in the background, is also a factor. Let's have a listen to some of this Innovision stuff. Any favorites? The first one that comes up is Scatman with Vamp. Okay, RP Techno. High strain. There is a, what I would call a noise synth in the background there, that one. Trick is one of your favorites, is it? Oh, the artist. Hello, Jason. You're very welcome. Oh, you had a digital music class. What does that incorporate? Do tell. Manfred, where to get the right samples for any given production type? My samples always seem to operate well together. I get most things from Splice these days. I have thousands of accumulated samples over the last decade, obviously, from working with, when you work as a ghostwriter for DJs like I do, they will often buy sample packs, or you buy the sample pack and then invoice them for, obviously you can invoice them for that. Just as kind of part of the, if they're asking me to plot a certain style that we've never done before, and it's faster to use a sample pack, we can audition, and I will part of the ear training that comes from your sample selection is being able to hear what is effective. So I can rifle through, for example, melodic techno. I can listen to 10 or 20 different sample packs, and I will know which ones sound authentic already because I've studied the genre, hopefully, well enough. And my ear training lets me pick out what I would consider useful samples. Most sample packs don't have, like, they're not 100% useful. Usually it's about 10% good stuff. So, but it's like anything else, unfortunately. All I can advise is ear training, study the genre well, lots of referencing, both in terms of the sound and the culture. Don't forget, music is emotional and cultural, so you need to kind of understand why it exists as well, and what you intend to take from it. Reese, any favorites from Trick? I'm just going to grab the first one for now. Rigor. Let's start with this. Ooh. You weren't kidding about minimal, were you? interesting. I wonder what that wavetable is. That's not a normal sound. I suppose we need to talk about reverb a lot, don't we? I think reverb is key to this stuff, because you need to understand perspective. Ah. This isn't very minimal. Oh, you didn't have to pay again, Reese, don't worry. But thank you for the $1.99. Economist. Virtuality. Let's have a look. But yes, I think Virtuality EP, okay. Let's have a look at this. Okay, so we've got what I'd call pedal bass. There's another thing I need to talk about. Pedal bass. So this is the Economist. I like the play on words there. Play in the sky. Let's fast forward a little bit. This is sounding like almost 80s industrial. Yeah, there's a lot of perspective on. By perspective, I mean conscious placement of sounds front to back. When we're making music indoors, it's actually it's easy to forget we can perceive distance of sound, because obviously when you're looking at all these meters and stuff, you're only really presented with the vertical medium, you know, frequency. Low frequencies to high frequencies, and you've got left to right with stereo panning. But everyone forgets there's also another plane. Obviously we've got the time domain as well, over time, which is essential, but we've also got front to back. And it's important to be aware of how humans perceive distance of sound, I think. Because it will help you with this kind of stuff. I'm just listening. Yeah, nice lead. Sounds like it's using phase distortion to get that effect. Heavy D tune on this thing coming in. This sounds like an old school synth. Filtered saw, something simple. Just very, very D tuned. let's have a look at the next one. Let me get a feel for the overall sound, Reese. Yes, you didn't mean, when you said minimal, you meant more sparse. Yes, as in not big festival synths and EDM. Well, let's just take this for example. So the reason this sounds complete So this square bass sound that's it sounds like a square waveform with a chorus on it. It's heavily covered in noise and some kind of interference. Noise is definitely key to this stuff. And if you listen to, let's go back to these drums. So we do have snare reverb. What's filling the space here there though is definitely the bass, the noise on top of the bass. In a general, for a general tip to everyone, regardless of whether you're playing minimal, this is why drum loop, top loops, if you search for the phrase top loops when you're searching samples, top loops are incredibly handy for gluing a whole drum. If you try and make your own drum beats together out of individual samples that you like, it very rarely comes together in a complete sounding way. Because obviously those samples are all from completely different places, and even if you program a good groove with them, it doesn't really sound finished, quote unquote. I'm doing air quotes here. So obviously reverb's one way to pull that together, noise is another way, but top loops, pre-made top loops have all been mushed with compression or something like that. Something that just sounds like it could just be a hi-hat loop or percussion loop. Something that has some character to carry the overall sound. That can really help glue stuff together and carry an entire track sometimes. Here we go again with those background pads. So you'll notice what's covering the space is basically just a lot of, well, we've got cluster chords. That's helping cluster chords. Non-triad chords that have got extensions buried within them, so moving the 9th down an octave, that kind of thing, or the 7th down an octave. Those kind of chords generate a lot of clashes because the notes are all next to one another. Let's do a little experiment here. Vital. So this is a very interesting question, actually, Reese, because it's a nuanced argument. We've got lots going on. One of the things that you're going to have to, I think, be very conscious of is just general amounts of interest. If you're going to use few sounds, they have to be very interesting, and there's a million ways you can do that. But one thing, obviously, this is why analog synths are so loved, is there's going to be a lot of tuning variation. There's definitely all kinds of slightly out of tune sounds in these tracks. So here's, for example, actually, just let me draw the damn thing. Let me draw it in. I'll draw you one of these cluster chords. It's all very Nine Inch Nails. Yes, it is a beat and delete. So I'm happy to comment because one of my favourite acts of all time. Well, Trent Reznor in general. In fact, let's... so I was going to program what I would call a cluster chord, like this. If you want to know how I got that, by the way, sorry, let me explain things. I'm supposed to be a good teacher. Let's do this in A, or else it's harder for people to keep up. So we've got our standard A minor triad. If you extend that with a 7th and a 9th, I'm going to add an octave on the bass. We have 2 of those. If you take these extensions and put them down an octave, the 7th and the 9th, they end up in here. So you get all these crunchy pairs of notes. There's one here. You see, when 2 notes that are close to one another that don't have what we call a clean mathematical ratio. So like an octave is just double the frequency, right? So every time this note beats, it beats twice as fast as this one. So it has 2 beats for every 1 beat. 2 to 1. And that fits neatly. And those sound good together. And the 5th is also a very clean ratio. That's 3 to 2. But when you have 2 notes that don't have a clean ratio, they create they almost create a third note. It's what we call beating. They beat off each other. They beat off each other. I'm trying to think of a non-rude way of explaining this. I was going to say they rub together. Anyway, you can hear an extra pulse, which is going woo, 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 that kind of pace. Can you hear that? Now, it doesn't matter what sound I play that on. It's not because it's a saw wave necessarily. That clash creates extra substance, and it's extra substance that's not in the. This is the same note, but the 1 and the 7 apart. That interference isn't anywhere near as prominent as it is here. And you get that all across these clashes now. So we've got these here. When you play them all together, very rich chord. So you can create interest in the harmony itself. Obviously, the sound design is going to help. One other way, and it seems very common for what I'm listening to so far in these tracks, is I'm going to apply some random pitch. Sync it over time. 1/4 of a bar is probably fine. Some ever so slight pitch variation to the sound. I'm going to assign that to the fine tune here. So it bends around ever so slightly. And that's on random. So that's kind of closer to what an analog synth would output. Analog synths are actually quite good at tuning, but this is kind of an exaggerated. This would be an analog synth that hadn't been cared for very well, or had dying capacitors inside it. That's how much detune we would have. You can hear in a lot of those sounds. If I just add another one and detune it from that one, and have that also doing its own random slight pitch variations. Let's make it move in both directions, bipolar. You can create very rich, interesting sounds on just holding one chord. So, and if we don't have the full sawtooth, let me put both of these in filter. There's a lot of this going on in the background, and if you use, say, a reverb like, is it DDMF who brought out Endless? Endless is a great free reverb if you want atmosphere, background. In fact, I've got to use both of these. Let me send this through filter 1 and 2. I'm going to have a bandpass one for like a mid poke, and then a filtered one here. Something like that. Vital's main failing is I can't adjust the volume of these two filter outputs, which is annoying. But so we have this reverb. Even the default patch is great. It's on a very, this is kind of a granular sampling reverb thing. I won't go into the technicals, but very, very long tails. And we can add octaves. Kind of create your own unique pad sounds. Which have their own detunes as well. Put that back to normal. But there's ways you could something very, very subtle, like not this. Let's go back to 12 dB. Let's a good one for noise would be obviously Vital has its own noise generator, by the way. You want this through the filter as well. There's some not white noise options in here, which can be pitched. And you could just run these on their own in the background sometimes. It doesn't have to be in an actual musical synth patch. But what I was talking about earlier was there's a great plugin called Textures by Clark, which has all kinds of noise options in there. Let's have a look. What we tape. Let's find a drum loop and just show you what that's doing as I put it through it. Who would have? Do I have any minimal drum loops? That's the question. Actually, let's load just a 909. They're under here. Just a stock 909 from Ableton. Program in some basic. See if we can get this sound interesting without doing too much to it. Let me just mute the synth, sorry. So I want this to sound super basic. Right, let's take... I want the height to be minimal. It'll do for now. Oh, that snare's not very minimal, is it? Oh, that will do, that will do. So we take textures on that. You can already hear it fills a lot of space. And suddenly it doesn't sound so exposed and basic. Let's try some vinyl options. I recently had a mastering engineer send some stems back to me for ones I sent to one of my clients sent the track off for mastering. And the mastering engineer sent the stems back saying there were some errors on one of the stems, the main instrument stem, because it was clicking, but it was just vinyl on the stem. It was supposed to sound lo-fi and sampled, and the mastering engineer thought it was an error, but I thought that was funny. This is a little bit over the top for demonstration purposes, but you can already hear. Let's put a little... let's put some reverb on the snare. Now, reverb choice is very interesting because you've got... This is worth talking about. We've got like a reverb like the Tal reverb. For me, would have... It's very useful. It probably has too much character, right? This is something it takes a while to get an ear for, but it's very hard to be subtle with this reverb. That's not too bad. Turn the low cut up on that one. Okay, we're getting there. But I suppose the lesson is just trying to create interest. Whereas if you take a reverb like the Free Melder one, Charm Verb, this is effortlessly transparent. In the correct proportions, obviously. I'll take... Lots of high frequency damping on. This is just one of those reverbs that doesn't get in the way. Also, something you can do is mono your reverbs. And that way, if you have anything like random panning on your hi-hats, for example, let's put, let's just do a little experiment here. Actually, does the, no. I was going to put a random panner on the hi-hat, but actually, let me find a top loop that might go with this. And just like a shaker or something would be nice. A completely wrong groove, but you hear what I mean about loops that can give character. Actually, I can get rid of that groove. I just want the tops from that. And then we could do some random panning. take those, let's put them through the stutter gate, something like that. And then we can let's put a utility on with an LFO. So then I can set this to random, also known as S and H, sample and hold. Map that to, and we're going to put this on 16ths. Something like that. We could tighten these up. Too loud, but if we went from mega basic to I think still think the reverb's too obvious, but that kind of thing straight away. Atmosphere doesn't sound full in any way. There's a lot to be said for just little details within the space, be it noise or reverb tails or extra percussion echoes, things like that. If you've got all that space, you can really play in there. Let's do a simple, I said it was like a square bass with noise on top, didn't I? That first one we heard. Again, just super basic example. Pick a chord progression. Nothing fancy. Let's do a 1, 4, 3, 6. Something like that. So we'll take a square. In fact, let's take one of the free EchoWorks squares from an old synth Prophet. So because what we could do is the same thing again. We could apply randomness to both its waveform, so it's not completely consistent. Let's put some of that chorus on. I'm going to try and mix in some noise of some description. Oops. Not what I want. Or you could even FM from the noise. Let's have some randomness to the pitch. Very small amounts. Just basic, just levels of interest is what I'm trying to get at. I hope that's making sense, Reese. Phil wants the piano out. Of course Phil wants the piano out. Now, Piano House is not how to get a minimal sound. Do I have a preferred key to work in, Tom? No. No. I work with whatever the... I'm usually working towards some kind of melody or other thing which dictates the key already. Like someone will send a vocal, or I find a vocal or lead in Splice, and I'll work towards that, and that will usually dictate the key. Or some other factor, like if the trend of that genre is to pitch the vocals up, then wherever they sound good pitched, you know, the chipmunk effect, wherever they sound like they're in the sweet spot, will dictate the key. But no, I don't have a favorite key at all. You will hear a lot of musicians talk about how different keys have characters. Like I was just watching Charles Cornell yesterday. He's I don't know if you know him. He just did a video on the there it is, the theme songs from Portal. This chap. And he was describing, he thinks the key of D sounds very bright, whereas the D major sounds very bright, but he thinks the sound of F major is darker than D major. And I don't hear it like that at all. All major keys for me are equal. All minor keys for me are equal. I don't really hear anything like that. I don't know if that's what your question refers to, but no, I don't have any favorite keys. The difference and the nuance from different keys comes from obviously the way you have to voice the chords to keep them in a certain area. And in that sense, the keys will sound different, but it's not because it's inherent to the relationship of the notes, because obviously all we use in the West, we use what we call equal tempered tuning system, which means all notes are the same distance apart. All 12 notes are equal distance apart, so all of their relationships are equal, which isn't the case for some other parts of the world. But no, I don't have a favorite key is the short answer, and that was the long answer. Oh, was AME Reg on Innovisions, was it? I need to do a video on that track still. Where should you cut your mid bass? Stefan asks. Entirely depends on the key of the song and the chord progression. I would watch my video on how I process bass. I answer that question and show it in a lot of detail. It depends what you're trying to achieve as well. There are a few people which ask the question, ever since I did my video on explaining why the high-pass filters add level. Well, sorry, EQ cuts add level in general. I think a lot of people took that video a little too seriously and saw it as a major problem, but it's not a problem. So you don't be afraid of cutting sound out. It's only a way of diagnosing problems if there is a problem. But I high-pass my stuff all the time. When you say mid-bass, you mean the upper bass part as opposed to the sub, don't you, Stefan? Is that your question? Hello, House Liam. You missed the start of the stream? No problem. We were just discussing... Well, this little demo is how to make very minimal sounds fill space. And the short answer was find interesting top loops for your drums, find stuff with character, add noise like vinyl and tape, and reverb tails are very important in a nutshell. and adding character to the sound so it's inherently interesting, like tuning variations and other, well, noise interference from other stuff. So, is Reese still here? Does that help in some way? I hope so. Yali is asking, how do you try to replicate lead sounds? I don't have one method. It's an ear training exercise, isn't it? So, I think I did explain this in a couple of my. Watch me recreate the. I have a couple of videos called, what are they called? Sound design challenges. You can see how I'm working in those, but excuse me, there's not a lot to pass on because it's ear training. Definitely get used to the basic waveforms of a synth. Understand, get used to what a sine wave sounds like. Actually, that's not a sine wave because that is chorus. Get used to all the basic waveforms. When you can spot these and name them. Sorry, that is not one. Sine wave, triangle wave. That's that one. Square wave. And saw. When you can identify those four waves by ear, you should get a great flavor overview of the building blocks of certain sounds. You'll be able to spot how a sound is made. And then you need to get used to synthesis types, like what FM sounds like between, for example, two sine waves. And what FM sounds like when there's different pitches involved. You just have to practice a lot with all the different synthesis types. Excuse me, my throat. Let me just take a drink. There we go. Excuse me. Same problem as the last live stream. The music was quite loud last night in the pub. Did find myself shouting over it. Also, I wear earplugs, so I probably speak too loud everywhere I go anyway. Wasulu, Syntorial is probably a good investment. I've heard good things about Syntorial. But Yali, if you want an overview of, I do have programming synth videos, which go over the synthesis types, the main synthesis types, and the main options you will see on a synth, like glide, legato. You need to know what all these do and what they sound like from playing with them, because then you'll be able to spot them in other people's records, basically. And then another big one is, depending on what genre you are referencing, you'll definitely need to look up and start getting used to different types of distortions. Saturation versus overdrive versus wave shaping, etc., etc. You need to, because distortion is an incredibly transformative effect. And it makes it very hard to hear what the original sound would have been sometimes. So being able to hear and recognize different types of distortions is extremely valuable. You can play around with the ones in your DAW, is absolutely fine. And there's obviously lots of good free distortions. But it's all just ear training, I'm afraid. It's not really a method to it. Hello, Panda. I love programming drums, building it from zero on a drum track, although I don't see others do it that way. Am I doing drums wrong? I don't understand the question. You mean, should you be just using other people's drums and not making your own? Is that the question? I mean, if you love doing it, that's a big part of it, because that's important. You have to love doing it, or else what's the point carrying on? But no, you do you. I do things. Don't worry about seeing what other people do, because at the end of the day, it's an emotional art form, and 10 years down the line, when you get famous, it's always a possibility, never write this off. 10 years down the line and you get famous, you can tell them that you did it differently. And that might be why you got famous. And then people will start copying you. I do lots of things differently to everyone else. Like, I don't see many people using Vital. I don't know why, but for me, it covers all bases. So I love this synth. Different people have different approaches. If you're a DJ and used to working, as in a proper original DJ who is used to watching audiences and crafting sets, your approach to making music will not be like that of a musician. You'll be going down the sample route. So you'll be using drum loops, a lot more of a hip hop mindset, sampling, etc. So, as opposed to, you just won't have the desire to make your own chords. It's more appealing to a DJ to craft a song like the way they would DJ a live set, because that in itself is its own instrument, right? So there's no right ways of doing things. If you like programming drums, do it, and yeah, it's fine. Do not worry yourself, friend. What's Jasmine asking? Kind of off topic. Got any tips writing 90s house vocals? Oof. I'm not the guy to ask on vocals, I'll be honest, Jasmine. I'm terrible at lyrics. I'll leave that to someone else always. In terms of the style, yes, a lot of them did use sampling, obviously. You have to break down the culture of what was being sampled at the time, the R&B and the stuff that was being used in 90s house. Obviously, then they started putting the original vocals over, but I mean, you can't go wrong with emulating, Lolita Holloway and Etta James and there's good 3 or 4 decades worth of soul and things, R&B that you could take influence from. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what are the traits of 90s house vocals other than that. Making a fresh vocal sound sampled is its own, because sometimes a fresh vocal that's in the correct style still won't sound right if you're going for a 90s house vibe, because obviously the technology is different and it'll probably sound too good. I'll tell you one thing that definitely exists. Don't use any auto-tune because yes, you'd be surprised how bad some of the older singers were as well, especially when it started charting. There were some terrible singers that were compensated for by lots of reverb, lots of bad Alesis reverb. So if you can track down the right effects and kind of lo-fi it a bit, that helps. Put gates on the reverb so it chops off like a sample would, things like that. That really helps get that 90s sound. In terms of the writing, though, sorry, I can't think of an actual trait of, like, musically what the melodies would do different to others. I would just say just work out as many melodies as you could from that era, you'll start to spot patterns, I'm sure. I'm trying to think of a few, but everything I can think of is a sample from a soul track or something. If something comes to mind, I'll mention it. But yeah, nothing jumps out at me as to how the writing would. But like I say, I'm not great at vocal writing itself. Melodic, doing the notes, fine. I would have to. I've just come off the garage thing, so my head is just full of garage really at the moment. And even then, I couldn't really tell you what the melodic traits of a garage vocal were necessarily. Yeah, vocals are difficult. It's probably one of the most difficult things to get right in any music, really. What's Michael asking? Do you use certain EQs for dedicated tasks? Nah, not really. Not really. I use Ableton stock EQ for pretty much everything. Actually, that's a lie. So let me just go through what I do use and when. So I love Blindfold EQ, which is this free plugin. It's not the best sounding EQ. It's actually quite crunchy. It's got like a built-in soft clipper and virtual analog, which don't sound analog at all. It's a very digital distortion, this. But what it does have is extremely crunchy. Actually, let me put this on the drums. Extremely crunchy mid bands. But most importantly, it doesn't tell you what you are doing. There's no curve. You don't know what the frequency numbers are. It just makes you dial everything in by ear. Until you get something what you like. So I use Blindfold EQ when I feel like I'm getting lost in numbers sometimes. But I'm aware that it's also quite a nasty sounding EQ. So I'm going to use that as a flavor EQ. Not necessarily, a problem solving EQ. Although it is capable of quite tight notch EQs. For a similar reason. Oh dear. Variety of Sounds new EQ just crashed Ableton. That's not a good advert. Let's reload. Not had that for a long time. Dragging a plugin in just instantly quits the door. Normally you get an error message at least. Yeah, report a crash. I will, Ableton, I will. Interesting. Right, so, where was I? Oh, my vitals reset and everything, I think now. Oh. Doesn't matter. Wasn't that important. EQ. Yeah, my main advice is don't fret with any of that nuance. If you've been doing it a long time and you have very good ear training, you can spot the subtle differences between EQs. Like sometimes when I'm EQing with Ableton's stock, which is what I reach for 90% of the time, you will spot something up there which you go, eh. Like my ears kind of cut off around 17K these days, seems to be. So I can't hear the super high stuff, but I can hear the curve differences between the stock version and when you turn on oversampling. If there is enough high frequency information in the sound to, but sometimes you'll have like a maybe it's a hi-hat, or it could be from a cut or a boost. I might be notching something out, and you can hear what I call digititis. And when it's not oversampling, something will sound a little bit crunchy. It's hard to explain. So I have to turn on the oversampling. But that's it doesn't make or break a song in any way whatsoever. If you can't hear it, you can't hear it. Don't worry about second guessing any of that kind of stuff. Some plugins are just good for their interface. Like, everyone loves a pull tech, right? So you'll hear pull techs be talked about all the time. And it doesn't matter whether it's because of the sound. You'll just use them differently because of their interface. But very rarely, for the past 20 years, I now know what that super broad bell shape of a Pultec top end and that low end trick that people do where they boost and cut the same frequency. You eventually get a feel for what that achieves. And it can be made with other EQs, it just takes longer. So when you specifically want what that plugin can do from using it for 20 years, you will just reach for that. And then it's the same. I use, when I'm after flavor, one of the very quick, I don't spend a long time on mixing, as you know, because I do a lot more in the sound selection stage. But one of the reasons I love the Slate Mix Rack is because of how quick it is. So, and I have a very clear idea in my mind's ear the difference between an SSL EQ and the Neve EQ. So when I need this top end, I'll use this top end, or when I need this top end, I'll use this top end. But it's not something, again, that makes or breaks a song. It's the very subtle differences that don't really matter overall. But when you do know them, you can use them. It's as simple as that. It's just another tool. But the main reason I use this is for speed. It takes you minutes to get a track set up in. Got a great built-in distortion. Got a very quirky high-pass filter. But anyway, they're just tools. Just use the inbuilt DAW EQ until it does something you don't want, and then try and find another one. That's all I can say. It's a very, very long-winded answer for basically saying, don't worry, you can use whatever you like. Excuse me. Some people on the video about EQ cuts adding level did mention, obviously, I didn't go into linear phase EQs on that video. And some people mistakenly said that linear phase EQs don't add level, but they do. And one of the reasons I didn't include that in the video is because I actually can't explain why. So I don't actually tend to touch linear. If I was doing a lot more rock, I may use linear phase EQs on things like drum stems. Because when you've got a multi-mic'd drum kit, the phase relationship between parts is 1,000% more important than the phase relationship between an EDM track's hi-hat and its snare. They don't really matter in that case. But when you have a hi-hat and a snare from a real drum kit that was both recorded at the same time on 2 different microphones, or 3 different microphones, or 8 different microphones, that's when the phase matters. So linear phase EQs I would probably use for those jobs. Not on kick drums though, because they introduce this weird ringing artifact as the nature of how they perform the linear nature of their phase. It's linear over time, so it's called pre-ringing in the engineering space. But so I don't tend to use linear phase EQs for anything in EDM. I don't think so. Yeah, don't worry about it. Who else have we got? Hello, Kefers. Correct snare and hi-hat levels. Oh, I use stock Ableton, except Serum. It's taken me a long time. Are you using the stock drums in Ableton? And what are you making? And no, there is no such thing as correct snare and hi-hat levels. I would watch my drum video on that, because the correct snare level is well, obviously it changes for every snare type. There's no point. Well, there's lots of videos you need to watch of mine. Watch my drum video. Watch my video on. It's called "How Not to Master Your Tracks," because there's no way I can tell you to set your snares at something like -6, because a snare drum with a ridiculous transient at the beginning will measure up to 10 dB louder than an equivalent snare that has a dull transient, and to your ears they will sound the same volume. And in terms of your groove of your track, if your groove is backbeat dependent, as in the 2 and 4, you know, the right? If it's supposed to lean on that backbeat, setting those samples via a number is just going to get you in trouble, because you need to be feeling that backbeat of your snare. And obviously your snare relationship to your hi-hat is important. So it's all got to be done by ear, but it's all dependent on what groove you are trying to achieve. If you are too new to know what groove you're looking for and how to manipulate levels for groove, then just copy a reference track for now until you get the feel for it. But watch my drum video. It explains that rather well, I think. 09 says, your sound will be an extension of your personality identity. It needs time to form and grow. Yes, it does. Speaking of copying references, if you copy enough references for 20 years, you develop your own tastes of what you like and don't like from those tracks that have influenced you over the years. So it's not just a case of being influenced by music you like. It's a case of being influenced by techniques that you've heard in tracks that you like, that you want to carry forward. And over many, many years, you will form a bunch of favorites that you use all the time, and that becomes your sound. It's always an amalgam of your amalgamation of your interests. And speaking of extension of your personality or identity, the two are very much related, because if you want to be successful in music, you need to have a way of communicating your identity. Some people call it branding, your brand. But that part is essential, because people need to know what you are about in order to understand your music. SGT asked, oh, House Liam, thank you for the 2. Oh, what currency is that? CHF. Is that Czech? I don't know that currency, CHF. Fill me in on that one, and thank you for the donation. Fink says, if you wanted to make a big room lead synth sound huge with reverb and delay, how would you do that? Well, have a huge sound and put reverb and delay on it. I'm sorry if that sounds obvious, but that's kind of it, really. I mean, something I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. Oh, it's Swiss. Thank you. Ah. Is the F francs? It's Swiss francs. What do you call the? What's the currency actually called? Sorry, I should know, but I don't. So big lead. First of all, you need a big lead sound. So how do you make big lead sounds? Depends on genre, but you might start with, if there's going to be any filtering on it at all, not a lot, because you want lots of high frequencies through, because you want the sound to be big and bright. If this is intended to take up the entire sound, the entire spectrum, apart from your drums and your bass, of course. Obviously, you want. We might want noise in here as well, because we want to take up extra space. Extra voices with detune. Things like this. There's a million ways. There we might want distortion. Let's think of a good distortion. Let's have a look. I'll put mine under creative. I really like Grind by Audio Damage, is it? You have to play around a lot with the... Let me just take some of this noise out. Actually, let's add the noise as a bandpass filter, so it's not as obvious. Something like that, maybe. Won't go too hard into the type. There's lots of millions of ways to make big lead sounds without a specific genre in the question. I'm just going to go with something like this. Can we distort this in any significant way? I need a very busy... Here we go, here we go. By the way, that riff is from a great cover of The Cure's Love Song. It's by a band called Snake River Conspiracy. Thoroughly recommended. Anyway, so we got a big lead sound. Reverb choice is important. So I wouldn't suggest... would I suggest a hall? For example, Dragonfly reverb is... I use this for atmosphere, but I wouldn't use it for bigness, even though it is a very, very long reverb tail. It looks like this. Because it's actually quite dull. It sounds like it's in a warehouse, but that warehouse is about 10 miles away. So it's not really helping us with the bigness. It's helping us fill the space, but it doesn't necessarily sound epic. So let's have a look at some reverb choices. I like plates on leads. Plates are good reverbs. They're quite buzzy, bright. This one is Epic Plate by Variety of Sound, another freebie. You hear the brightness? I've got a default high pass filter on mine. I like that kind of reverb for these purposes. But in terms of what you're listening for when you're choosing a reverb, is it needs to be kind of I went over this in the reverb video. I like artificial reverbs for this kind of thing, because you don't want them to sound like real spaces, because that almost takes up real space reverbs tend to have a lot of low mid build up, and that can really get in the way of your actual melody line. So you want this compromise between virtual space, like it's in a real big warehouse or something, but not too realistic to the point where it actually makes the mix a nightmare. So you need some epicness without this frequency build up at the bottom. Now, pre-delay is very important. When you're going for big reverbs, pre-delay basically just adds a delay before the reverb comes in. If I put an extreme one on here, you'll hear... So normally you don't go that big, but the point is the reverb will be more obvious when it's delayed to your ears. These are all very subtle things, by the way. Like that one's almost 100 milliseconds behind. But you can't hear the distance between my lead sound and the start of the reverb, right? If I put it down here, it's almost no difference, but subtly in a mix, when things are covering it, like hi-hats, maybe the top end of your bass if it's aggressive, who knows what else is in your track, the pre-delay starts to become very important, because you'll be able to draw attention to the reverb whilst having it less loud as an effect, and that means you can still sound epic and not have it be a problem, like not completely take over the song. So that's important. As for delays, no rules. I use delay in a rhythmic fashion. So it depends on what the line's playing. But it's a similar. I think the thing you're listening for, the type of delay doesn't matter. It's most about the tone and the timing. You can't go wrong with 6 samples delay, because it covers all of your options. It's got built-in high-pass and low-pass filters. So just like the reverb, you can make sure it doesn't overwhelm the original sound. It's also got a ducker, so the delay will not be playing while the main lead is, so it will only appear afterwards, which is very important for clarity, especially on vocals. Time. Sometimes I like to have, if you turn ping pong mode on, so they bounce between left and right, and you could turn the width all the way up, you could have some very fast delays like this. Actually, let me turn the reverb off. Let me put the high frequencies back in. Put some low frequencies back in. Now we're ducking, aren't we? That can help create a lot of bigness. Or you could go. You don't have to go in terms of actual timing. You could just have a really, really small delay in milliseconds. It's not related to tempo. And then put your reverb on top of that. And if you want a tempo delay on top of that as well, you can also have one of those. Let's just make a copy. Put this one into, normal mode. Pick maybe a dotted rhythm, like dotted eights is a classic timing. Again, this depends on your riff though. And this one wouldn't have as many high frequencies. so you don't confuse the original sound again. But yeah, the principle is just you want your effects, if you're going for hugeness, depends what else is in the track. The level of these effects will be completely dependent on what else is going on. Like if you've got pads or a bright bass or a very, very busy hi-hat pattern, a very thick hi-hat pattern, like a 909 kind of hi-hats, they tend to have a lot more frequencies in them than other, you know, it's all very dependent. And that will determine where you set your levels of your ambient effects, because what sounds big now might sound actually very dry in a very busy track. So there's no real rules. Like, well, that's going to be the theme of this stream, isn't it? There's no rules. You just have to use your ears on that one. But there's no method to, you just got to pick a nice reverb, crank it, get a nice delay, crank it, make sure it's in time. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. Hello, Mac. Welcome. What is my favorite stereo field plugin? Asks the Bundy. I don't really have one. I use my own all the time now, which is a rack called the Faker. I'll show you in action. Depends what we're doing. Stereo field for enhancement or for correction. Because, well, I'll show you two, actually. So my stereo faker is just based on Voxengo's Stereo Touch. It's just built with a delay, filtered delay, with a variable bandpass. And that is just phase cancelled in one ear. So in mono, this completely cancels. So any stereo enhancement you have in stereo is not going to mess with your mono signal. Let me take all the stereo width off Vital. So you can. So here's our mono synth. And I can choose where in the spectrum this is 4. And how narrow the enhancement is. And then when we check in mono, there's no difference. So, yeah, it's just based on Voxengo's Stereo Touch principle. It's an out of phase echo, basically, with no repeats, obviously. It's just one tap, as it's called. And that tap is phase cancelled in one ear. It's delayed slightly, so within what we call the Haas range. Haas range is typically about anywhere between 0 and 30 milliseconds. It's too fast for the human ear to kind of hear a distinct echo, especially when it's behind another sound. Depends on frequency content and transients, etc., etc. Depends on the sound, but when I've got a mono sound and I want to make it stereo, I always use that. That's the method I always use. There are plugins like Wider by Infected Mushroom, which are fine, but actually they sound they do strange things to the set. They sound too weird to me. I'm not sure. They draw attention to themselves. Oh, thank you, Fink. I will answer that in a second. 1 second. Now, if your sound has problems in stereo, and let me just show just something on this screen so I can show you if you determine from the goniometer, or maybe a plugin like the Coralometer by Voxengo. In other words, when you're looking at phase coherency left to right over frequency, so you can see my bass went out of phase there. That's because I introduced a big thunder sample.
Bring on the thunder. I wanna dance in
Because she's singing thunder in the... So, the way I would fix this phase problem
the perfect storm again.
is a plugin called ARX,
I feel it moving, the electricity
which is a multi-band
across the sky tonight.
multi-band stereo width corrector. It does not enhance. So I would look at roughly where my frequency problems are, or hear them preferably, but say for example everything below 100 hertz, we can solo that here, and then when you turn on this stage it will put it to 0 width and make that mono, or you could have it anywhere in between. It's a strange way of describing it. Recover stage, it's saying how much recovery of the stereo image do you want to apply after it's monoed it for you. You can use the left or the right or the middle as the mono channel as well, which is cool, because sometimes one of the extremes, the left or right, sounds better. Depends on how the stereo enhancement was done in the original sound. But now my phase problems should not exist in the low end anymore.
It's coming from the heavens.
And sometimes you find there are sounds that have stereo dips in the upper mids or the extreme highs, or something which causes a problem in mono, and this plugin will auto-correct, and it will also correct the volume for you. And then the only other thing, if that doesn't fully work, because I'm always checking in, I listen mostly in mono because I make club music, and if I check in mono and something in the mix drastically changes, and it's not necessarily tied to frequency, I will just use Voxengo's MSED and turn down the side channel and turn up the mid channel. Just slightly balance that out that way. And sometimes I have to use both, because some sounds are just inherently weak in mono, and if I have my heart set on the sound and I still want to use it instead of swapping it, or maybe there's no time left, then I will use ARX and MSED to strengthen the mid signal, the mono signal, and correct for those frequency-based things. So, right, Fink, you were asking, do you typically... Oh, the delay on tracks instead of returns. Right, so... watch my video on, what's it called? It's the one where I gave my free racks away. I think it was Speed Up Your Workflow, because I explained my, yes, I have all these racks made because these are technically sends. They're sends to a plugin that's inside this rack. You see, I have a volume that goes into the effect always. That's all this knob is. In fact, I have a rack pre-made, which is just a utility set to so I can drop new effects in there and have a quick send effect. So it behaves just like a send, because you can hear the reverb carries on after I stop the track. Whereas if there was a reverb inserted, and I change the wet dry, okay, it would stop. Oops, I've just messed that up, haven't I? By pulling it outside, it no longer works. There we go. Now, the reason I do this, most people use return tracks. Just in case, for those of you who don't know what he's talking about, what normal people do. Who was asking about the drum programming earlier, saying they don't do it the usual way, and is it a problem? This is one of the examples of something I don't do that everyone else does, and it's never been a problem for 15 years. Well, actually, I've not been doing this for 15 years, but this is an Ableton specific thing. So what most people do is they put the reverb on a return track, and then send to that return track. So they can have one reverb across their whole mix, or maybe one or two reverbs, and then every track can utilize that reverb, and you don't get these weird sound clashes from using different reverbs, which actually isn't really a problem. But they would put this reverb on the send track and then send to that track different amounts for every channel, or well, whichever channels they want reverb on. The reason I do this is Ableton specific. It's because when I'm often dragging in sounds and drum beats and other things from other sessions. So I will go to my, for example, if I want, let's say I want this lead sound from this track. I can go into the session without changing my current session and drag in, I think it's called the Rattler. And when I drag these in, all the effects will come with it. So, let me just demonstrate that. So there we go. Oh, speaking of which, I did like wider on this sound. See, there's always exceptions to all these rules. In fact, there are no rules. We just said that. So, when I drag in this this sound, all the correct reverbs and delays are on it. And to answer your earlier question as well, Fink, if you see, I've got both Dragonfly and Supermassive reverbs on this sound. Because I wanted the brightness from this one and that long dullness I was talking about from Dragonfly. Dragonfly isn't enough to be epic. Sounds a bit too far away. So I also added a Supermassive for that upper noise. Because Supermassive isn't a normal reverb. It's effectively diffuse delays, which I suppose a reverb is, but this comes at it from the other angle. It's more of a delay plugin that you can make into a reverb. Anyway, it's very easy to make this sound like not a real space. It's very metallic sounding if you want it to be. So between these two reverbs, that epic background hall thing, and then this one, that was how I got the noise out of the sound. So, not that this is a finished thing or anything, but and the reverbs are purely there for after the sound is finished. Sorry, the delays. But yeah, the reason I don't use sends is because I can drag in sounds from other tracks and everything will be complete. I don't have to touch them. If I want to use that sound in my current project, it's all already done for me. I don't have to then remember or set up the correct send reverbs. I think Ableton 12 might have corrected this finally. 18 years later. Yes, the argument behind using sends as opposed to what I do is you get a more coherent sound. And that matters in things that, especially if I was doing, again, if I was dealing with a real drum kit or real sounds, like if you need a band to sound like it's in the same room, it's important they all go to the same send room effect, especially if you don't have real room mics. But coherence of sound in an abstract medium like EDM, in my opinion, does not matter. Unless you're doing a sound design thing in like surround sound and everything needs to sound like it's actually in the same space. Like the reverbs on this sound, for example, are far too long to be considered real space by our ears. Our ears are not using these reverbs to place the sound in space like they would be if someone was talking to us from across the room, right? Because we're not listening to wall bounces It's all far too diffused for that. This is purely what I would call sound design character reverb. This is not positional space reverb. We're not trying to make it sound believable in a real space, because this sound is a synthesized sound. It doesn't exist in the real world. It's not a sound of nature or of, it's a synthesized sound. So it's abstract, and so are the effects. This is all pure sound design. This is not, so it doesn't matter what I have here in terms of coherence with other sounds. Now, having said all that, if I'm going for like a super chill, like I've just been doing a breakdown for, I was responding to, my next video is going to be about Hayden James. So I've remade one of his tracks, and it's a very chill pop, chill house thing. And most of the tracks on that I've used the same Dragonfly reverb, because I wanted that background chill atmos kind of thing. So it was important to the vibe of the track that they all had. They all kind of went to a similar reverb, especially because there's a lot of space in that type of music where it matters, where you can, the reverb is actually kind of a feature. It's heard. It's not tucked behind things because it's not masked by a very busy track. So the character of the reverb is very important. Sorry, I just need to take a glass of water. 1 second. Excuse me. Is there ARX1 on Mac? Is it not? I thought the only plugins I used that weren't on Mac were Variety of Sounds, like the Epic Plate. That he still doesn't code for Mac. That's the only person I was aware of. Who makes ARX? Is it VST Zone? Is that them? Let me have a quick look. By Z1. Oh, I'm afraid it's not. No, it doesn't appear to be. I didn't know that. No, it's PC only, I'm afraid. So, well, speaking of Ableton racks, do you know how to build your own? If you don't have that plugin, here's a quick and dirty version. You can just take Ableton's EQ3. Are you in Ableton, by the way? This is important. Who asked the question again? Sorry. Could you just use SideWe? I don't know that plugin. Let's have a look. I'm sure there'll be plenty. It's just a multi-band stereo width, effectively, isn't it? I presume you mistyped that one because I can't find anything by that name. Yes, Tom, thank you for the £2. 1 second, I will get back to you. Sorry. We've got some football banter going on. I take it they lost. What I was about to show is you can make your own quickly by just, if you grab EQ3 and a utility, if you group these into a rack, Control G, or maybe it's Option G for Mac, assign these frequencies to, let's go for the bottom row. You can make your own multiband stereo width plugin in a very quick amount of time. So I'm just going to solo the low frequencies on this. Then we're going to copy this chain, but solo the mids only. Copy this chain and solo the highs only. And now we can have stereo width amount on, whoops, let's put that one on 3, that one on 2, that one on 1. And there we go. Now we've got width per band. And we've got our crossover frequencies here. Done. Multiband width plugin. There you go. That's all you have to do. If you're on Mac and Ableton. If you're on another DAW, I'm sorry, there's probably other softwares out there. Right, Tom. Any tips on drum fills and musical turnarounds? Drum fills is a big one. Answer me this, Tom. What do you listen to other genres of music like rock that contain live instruments? Is probably the most important question. And what genre are you in? I need to know that much. You don't have to pay again to message. I'll see it. Yeah, let me know what genre you're in, and can you air drum? Something I do when I'm working out drum fills is I actually do have an air drum kit. Believe it or not, you can buy them. Comes with an infrared camera, and it detects where your hands and feet are, and you can use that to trigger drum samples. So you can play a virtual you do like rock, but you're mostly house and techno. Well, the reason I ask is because the two are applicable, because the most common drum fills you find tend to be in they're based on basic rhythmic principles, really. There's one here, in fact. Hang on. So if you listen to what I did in the melodic techno track, this is technically a fill. Just a giant clap giant reverb on a clap. One beat before the bar as a form of it's technically a drum fill. What else do I use? Obviously, I think in general, it's not actually about what the fill is. It's about why you know. This is an arrangement thing, right? So sometimes you see this snare build up here. Sorry. That's not. So that's just a 909 snare repeating and then being filtered up. But I don't let it get all the way to the end. And there's a decision behind that, because if you run your drum fills all the way to the beginning of the next bar, that's a different energy to leaving a gap. And the same goes for, you might leave a gap of 2 beats and then put the drum fill before the drop. And it's not necessarily about what the rhythms are, like or that's up to you. Preferably, you might try to use something that indicates the rhythm that's about to come in, like the rhythm of the bass part or something significant in the track, like one of the hooks. You would need to be aware of what the main rhythm is in the hooks and try to have that somewhere in the fill. So in other words, your drum fill wouldn't be heavily syncopated if the rest of your track was completely unsyncopated, right? It would sound weird and too jazzy, and it wouldn't relate to, it would sound like you just tripped over something. Tripped over your drum set, as it were. You know, if you've got a track which is just a, an umpire bass, a very simple 8th bass note, there's no point having a kind of clap fill coming in, because it doesn't, if that's nowhere else in the track, it doesn't really, unless you're deliberately trying to throw people off, that kind of thing wouldn't make sense. You would just have like a da-da, a very simple like double clap or ish snare or something like that. If the bass was you know, it would relate rhythmically to what's about to come in. And the decision to put a fill or not to put a fill, or whether to run the drums all the way until the drop is largely to do with how you want it to drop. So this, for example, I needed a little bit of space. I needed to stop this rhythmic, this fast 16th snare that's coming up. I needed to stop that and filter it out to make space, because I'm going into what's called an anti-drop. In other words, it's only kick, drum, and bass really, and the overhang of this clap. So I needed this clap as a way of bridging what came before and what's about to drop. It's those kind of decisions on why you would fill or not fill. It's the rhythms of them aren't. There's not specific ones I would use. That everything I know is from things like Metallica. And we had stupid names for them back when I was in bands. You would have, disco music has a lot. If you listen to Gap Band and a lot of Chic and stuff like that, the drummers would always do a blap blap blap. It's what we call a snare flam. Blap blap blap. So you spot those, or we had one called Put It in a Hat Box. Put it in a hat box. Snare, tom, tom, tom. Snare kick. But again, it depends on all this stuff. You'll find the dun is very popular in a lot of music, because it's you can sneak one in just before a drop. Again, popular in more like disco stuff, but it's all dependent on the rhythms of the hooks afterwards. I wouldn't put it in a hat box in again a non-syncopated track, because it's doesn't make a lot of sense if there's not some elsewhere in the track. Yeah, hard to explain, but I'm trying to think of good fill examples. Have I got? Let's go through recent mixdowns. See if I can remember use. It's very instinctual. I am planning a video on fills, but it's so second nature to me at this point. I don't know what to teach.
Feel the power to be free. Feel the power to be free. Feel the power to be free.
So this, because this is a really simple example. So this doesn't have fills. I know you asked about musical fills as well, by the way. We'll get to those in a second. But you hear my rave type techno lead here. is on constant 16ths. So you can pretty much predict what my snare drum's going to be doing when it builds in. Actually, I've got two here, so I've got the build, and on top of that, you can hear my 808 snare is accenting the top notes of the ARP. Which again comes from real drumming. So, because real drummers will accent certain hits. If I may tap on my desk for a minute here, I don't know if you can hear this, but they will. You can go 16 straight, or you can accent certain ones. You get the idea. But in MIDI form, that would look like. That's how it builds, by the way, just for context. It would look something like. You could do it on one sound as long as you had velocity sensitivity turned up. You could have your main snare drum ramping like this, and then accent the main notes of the riff. It might be on these, for example, until it doesn't matter because everything's on. Your last bar might be all full velocity just before it drops. That kind of thing. But in my case, I just did it with two snare drums. The 909 is a lot more smush. It's quite a smushy sound. There's a lot of noise in the 909 sound. Everyone knows what a 909 snare sounds like, right? No? Actually, we loaded one early, didn't we? Sorry. Where's the drums? Here. That's a 909 snare. I mean, they come in many flavors because there was things to adjust on the original. There's the noise level. And the noise envelope, in fact. But, so that one was smushy. That one's just doing the constant noise build underneath. And then the top one is the 808 snare, which is a lot snappier on top. As for musical fills, what did you mean by that? Yes, Wasulu, I always I always stream on the last Sunday of the month, 6 p.m. GMT. Hello, Million. So yeah, anti-drop is a new term for you, is it? Definitely check out my video on how to drop. I kind of go through a few of the things. This track is indeed inspired by Anima. Or it was SGT. Sorry, the melodic techno ones. Yep. In fact, I think it was a free Afterlife pack. I got that from. I made 2 tracks. I was just trying out the pack more than anything. See if I could do a tutorial on it. I'm not decided yet. Oh, musical in terms, right? How to finish 16 bars and 32 bars to keep interest. Yes. Oof. Well, that's a big topic, isn't it? I think there's a whole video there. But yes, I mean, if you're, it can happen in any instrument. So, I'm often a bit too musical with this kind of thing. Like if I've got a bass line that goes for 16 bars. Let me find a random bass. That's the... hey, that's fine. That's fine. Let's throw in a random kick drum. Huh. I don't know what that's doing in my mixdown folder, but it will do. Excuse me. Oh, I just realized my speakers have been on this entire time. Sorry if anyone's hearing the echo there. They weren't on very loud. I'm just going to program an absolutely random bass line. That's a 1 bar. Something like maybe that. So what do you do at the end of? Obviously, you'll have to feel. It depends genre and tempo and what else is going on with the track on where you put your interest points. Sometimes your interest could come from just extra claps, or if it's a musical fill. Depends how kind of boring the part is in general, obviously. So this is a 2-note part. Imagine if this was almost the entirety of the drop. Obviously, preferably we have some effects and a more interesting sound. But imagine it was based on this. I personally feel this would get too boring. Depends on the audience, obviously. Depends on the drugs. But you might want to change this every 4 bars subtly and then 8 bars less subtly. I'm not saying this is a good example. This is just the principle. And then on the 8 bar you would... but again, it entirely depends on your audience, really. How often you would do this and how subtly or how... because the musical way of adding interest to that would be something like if you wanted to go... you might add a chord change in, right? So this probably sounds really cheesy, but I would go 3 and 3 and 7. You might end like, or maybe we run up like that. So, you get the idea. You might use a chord change as you turn around, or you might just it might just be a variation on the riff if a chord change would sound too cheesy in the context of obviously techno's. You don't want to be changing too hard depending on how hard the techno is, but chord changes aren't necessarily welcome. But yeah, it would be either you could, if you're being super minimal, and it might just be a rhythmic change, like you might just add. The bass line might be a 1 note, or maybe it's a Frisian like that, or something like that. I might just fill in those gaps at the end. Or you might fill those gaps with a snare drum, or a clap, or an effect, or a white noise on a gate. There's just so many options. But you already have the principle down. What you were talking about is exactly right. You want interest, and the level of interest is just hard to judge. You just need to be gigging more, I suppose. You need to be looking at crowds and whether you're keeping their interest. You'll soon know whether, because the crowd will either be still on the dance floor or not. So, but like I say, it's all heavily dependent on the drugs, indoor, outdoor. Festival versus underground. Those decisions are very dependent on the audience, because some people will actually want a loop that goes for 32 bars without changing, and that will be a requirement of the genre and the audience and the substances that they are on, because they need to get into that space. And that plays into all of your decisions, like the type of reverb, the delays you will have on there, that kind of stuff. Whereas some audiences, like your festival outdoor audiences, you might want to change every 4 bars. It's hard to say. And yeah, the changes are so numerous in possibilities. Like I say, it could be a drum fill, could be an extra rhythmic push, could be, you could swap to a different bass sound for half a bar. You could add a random rave sample in just for 2 hits. There's all kinds of ways of creating interest, but a white noise blast, clap reverb, all kinds of things you could do in techno and house to keep interest. But where you place them and what you do there is a lot to go into. But hopefully you get the principle. But the key word is interest. You're right. But you need to be able to judge where to keep the interest. Automation, yeah, you could just open the filter, like Wasulu suggests. Yep, you could play with filters or reverb sends. Like, as boring as this bass sounds, what would be a good reverb that would if I don't change the line, we could reverb spike on that one. Oh, I've just pressed something which I didn't want to press. Oh no. Good. Whatever I tried to do that by accident, it wouldn't let me do. That's a good thing. Reverb. Which one would sound good? The towel would probably do the job. So we were going to, if you just spike that one note. Something like that could be part of your interest, especially if it was very subtle type of track. Or delays. Again, just send one note off on. Whoops. Where is my width? Yeah. Bassline's too busy for this, but the diffusion kind of thing kind of works on the dotted eighth. But yeah, there's a million things you could do. I'll try and think of a video. It would probably have to be genre based though. Hopefully that helps. So, in terms of your mindset. Matthew, what was your question? You said same question to something? Markuwu. You use 2 layers for the bass. Are you deranged? No, not at all. I normally use 2 layers as well. If my upper bass has a lot of harmonics, like it's not one of those very, very subtle sub basses. If it's got a lot of upper character, like this one, for example, then yes, I would normally split this between upper bass and a sub. So I have extra control over the sub range side chain. Because at the end of the day, I think I saw someone asking about LUFS. If you want clean loudness, your sub range needs to be you need to be very diligent with how you control that sub range, because that's where all the energy and headroom is taken up. SGT said, "Are you saying that my music is so bad that people have to be on drugs to listen to it?" Well, that's one way of looking at it. I mean, I'm not saying your music, but I don't know if you were ever, because I used to be a rock guy for a while, and I understood dance culture. You come from England in the through the 90s. You don't not understand dance culture, and well, it's possible, but you witness it. So I understood why people go to festivals and take drugs and want to dance all day. Don't get me wrong. There's the rock equivalent of that too. But what used to confuse me was people who listened to dance music in their bedroom, especially minimal dance music, like some techno or, trance is fine. Trance is quite melodic. I always thought that was fine as like a home listening experience. But, yeah, I think some types of dance music absolutely do need to be listened to on drugs, because that's the point. I don't think you probably can get to the same space without, but maybe not as quickly. But it's I know it was a joke, but it's actually a very important thing to be aware of. I said it at the beginning of the stream. When copying genres, you have to be aware of their cultural relevance and where they sit in society, because if you're going to copy elements of that, it's useful to know why it translates and why it doesn't to other parts of music. I should do a top 200 turnaround tips. Yeah, my education style would certainly. Yeah, I do ramble on, don't I? It would be about 200 long if I didn't restrain myself, or didn't have limited times. What else have we got? Make the delay on triplets. Oh, you madman. Zait, 3K. Is that how I say your name? X-A-I-T, Zait? It's an interesting one. Triplets and duplets. I mean, it'll certainly be interesting as a fill. Rhythmically, depends who you want to dance to this, though, because throwing triplets in the middle of a duplet groove is, well, it's brave. There's a reason it's not done very often. I need to turn the diffusion for this to work. We need to go to triplets, probably 8s. I mean, you'll certainly hear them, but they'll just be very trippy. Because they're not part of the groove, right? But triplets don't. Well, unless you're Oxia What's the track by Oxia? Or is the track called Oxia and I've forgotten who made it? The one with the triplet bass line. You can get away with triplets on duplets if the two sounds are not related. But I would never use, unless I was deliberately trying to create chaos, I wouldn't use triplet delay on a groove like that. Oh no, someone's having a numbers discussion. I just saw something about -6. Who's asking about numbers and why? What am I thought? Oxia Domino. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bite my shite. Good name. Oxia Domino. Yes, thank you. Morgan got it as well. Yep. What are my thoughts on mixing to pink noise? You mean as an overall spectrum profile? The last time I used noise in mixing was, well, it's something you used to do if you were a live engineer, which I think I only ever did that twice. You would EQ the house PA system with pink noise, just to check its response. And if your ear training was good, you should be able to get you should be able to match the spectrum of the live system. But I've never used pink noise in the studio. I do remember people saying there used to be like a thing going around about trying to match this curve here to pink noise, especially a top end roll off. I think if is it that what you're talking about, Philip? Hi, Janice. Did you miss something? How long have we been live? 2 hours? You missed about 2 hours. It's random. It's a random discussion. I'm just taking questions, really. So you'll have to watch it back, see if you learn anything. I'm not sure if you've missed anything that would be important to you. So the pink noise thing is about, yeah. I wouldn't recommend it. No. That if you get a million different references in versus any 3 or 4 different references and then try and match them to pink noise, they'll be all over the show. And trying to match anything visually is nonsense because, as I said in my video about how not to master your music, when I discussed why the meters are a problem, why using meters is a problem. 2 tracks that sound completely different might look very similar on the spectrum if you're not used to reading a spectrum. This depends on how the spectrum's set up as well. That's an old track. Let's have a look. Do these look anywhere similar? Melodic techno versus tropical house.
go. I'll die happy tonight. Oh.
This is a very old track. Oh, who was asking about fills? So yeah, put the drum fill on Lana Del Rey's 1, 2, 3, 4 there.
Ask me anymore. I got that summertime sadness.
I don't know if these don't look similar to me, but I'm very used to reading this spectrum, so. We need the kick drum in. Now, bad example, but there's too much of a time element to sound, and also psychoacoustics, the way our ears perceive sound. It's got nothing to do with how it's measured, so I would never recommend trying to match pink noise. You should just reference other tracks a lot more. Don't reference pink noise. Pink noise is useful maybe to blast your ears, like for a few seconds when you need an ear break. You should be taking ear breaks every 20 minutes and referencing something else every 20 minutes, or else your ears will settle. Again, watch my video on the 3 R's. But no, I'd never use noise to mix music, because noise is not music. So it's a bad reference. Just use reference tracks that actually I think that whole pink noise thing just came from the fact that people noticed that good sounding tracks had a smooth roll off, but it's not. Sound is too transient for that. It doesn't what you see is not what you hear at all. At all. Matthew asked, is there an order to watching your videos? Oh God, how many videos have I got now? I think that's what my course is going to be. It's just going to be the videos put in the right order, isn't it? For different genres. That's my first idea for the most basic version of the course, anyway. It depends what you're trying to learn, I think, Matthew. I did do EDM theory as a playlist, and that starts with the basics. But those videos are quite old now, and I don't think I explain myself very well in the older videos. There's a episode 1 to 10 of EDM theory, going over all the basics, but I've since explained those concepts better in later videos as well. So, I mean, start there, and then if you find yourself with questions afterwards, see if you can find another video of mine that has the same subject. The problem with YouTube is, in order for people to click on the video, you have to usually put something like a genre in the title or something like that. But I end up talking about a different principle. Like my most popular video, the why your tech house doesn't sound like Mau P and West End. That video, if you think about it, should be called something like using a Phrygian scale sounds better than minor or something. But people wouldn't click on the video if they didn't know what a Phrygian scale was, which is kind of the paradox of what you're trying to teach. You have to kind of disguise, and I'm not saying I'm good at it, by the way. You have to disguise the subject of the video with something that relevant but or equally interesting that might resonate with someone who would click on the video, and then hopefully they would leave that video having learned something new. So yeah, it's hard. If you were searching for keys and scales, like your best video might have been my video about the Mike and Me remix, and how they got the key wrong of Gangsta's Paradise. But yeah, it's there isn't an order, I'm afraid. Depends what there's so many subjects to this whole game. Do you want to learn about chords and keys, or do you want to learn about sound design? It's all kind of separate but also related. I will say this, hopefully the more and more videos of mine that you watch, the more things will just click, because I try to use very consistent terms across all my videos, layman's terms as well, nothing too weird or from the classical or jazz areas of music theory. I try to use more layman's terms, and I keep them very consistent from video to video. So hopefully, just in general, if you find some subjects interesting, and things will start to click across multiple videos. But I can't think of a specific order other than starting with 1 to 10 on the EDM theory. Thank you, Giannis. Yes. Giannis says, I used to make music, didn't mind about levels and all that. And when I started all of the level stuff, engineering tutorials, I stopped paying attention to the music. And you helped bring me back. So thank you. Yes. To whoever who was asking about, I think, LUFS or RMS or some other numbers nonsense. Pay heed to Giannis's comment there. It's about music. It's not about numbers. You seriously, I've not looked at my LUFS measurements for any of my tracks for years. Years. The only time LUFS are important is if you are in broadcast and you're making music for film or TV. Broadcast actually has loudness standards for the theatre, watching films in a theatre, and how loud your adverts are allowed to be versus TV commercials and all that kind of thing. They actually have standards, and they use LUFS as a both long term and short term as a measurement that you must adhere to in order for your audio to pass, or else you will get rejected if you fall outside of the broadcast LUFS range, because it can't be too quiet, because people can talk over it, or people cooking or doing the washing up in the background won't be able to hear your TV program or film, or people eating popcorn won't be able to hear the dialogue. There is actually a thing in the film industry called the popcorn test. So you have to fall within a certain LUFS range, loudness units range, to pass for film audio. Whereas in music, you just match your reference, and you do not look at the numbers for matching your reference, because I could raise the. Here's an example of why it doesn't matter, right? If I launched the session for this track here, I could raise the LUFS value of this track by simply making the kick drum longer, or choosing a longer kick drum, even if everything else about the kick drum was identical in terms of its peak level and its frequency content, right? The LUFS level would go up if I added a longer kick drum, or even if I changed the key. So it's absolute nonsense what the number represents, because two separate tracks which sound, don't get me wrong, as far as loudness of the way humans perceive loudness goes, LUFS is probably the best measurement we've had so far. It's better than RMS, all the weightings of RMS, A and C, etc., or just pure RMS, root mean squared. You've got roots sum squared as well, haven't you? Anyway, there's all kinds of ways of measuring an average of a number. And that's what these are, numbers of voltages, aren't they? So, but LUFS is the best we've had so far, but 2 tracks that sound equally loud could be 2 or 3 loudness units apart. So it doesn't matter really. If you're chasing a number, you're going to end up in trouble. If I lengthened the kick drum on this track to get an extra loudness unit out of it, it would be a completely different groove. I'd have to change the bass line. Or the master, if I was running into a master limiter, it would start farting. I'd have to redo all my side chains, and it's a different track. So you're making musical decisions to reach a number, and whether you admit that or not, that's what's going on. So I advise heavily against looking at the numbers. Now, if I was trying to figure out why my kick drum didn't sound as big as my reference, I may use an FFT like this. If my monitoring system wasn't good enough to be able to hear below, say, 60 hertz, which most people making music at home, if they're on speakers, this will be the case. If you've not got good headphones or a good monitoring setup, you might need a metering software like this to see, oh, their kick drum's peaking at -6 or whatever. -12 on this scale. It doesn't matter what this scale is, but I might look at it if I'm problem solving that kind of thing, or if if my kick drum doesn't sound particularly deep yet, anytime I try to turn it up, I'm getting ridiculous amounts of distortion. You might find it's one of those kick drums that just peaks really, really heavily for a very short amount of time at like a very low frequency. But it actually, you can't hear that in the track because it's too fast to matter. So in those cases, you have to swap out the kick drum. Or you might actually be able to find an anomaly inside the waveform. Like you might see a very strange spike, in which case you could draw it out with a wave editor. Actually change the voltage spike by drawing it in. But things like that, that's kind of why I would look at meters and numbers for problem solving, not to do with any music. I've not had a loudness problem for a decade, I don't think. Tom, with another £5. Holy moly. Thank you very much. You did a massive parallel low mid-range boost on a hip-hop track, and it sounded filthy. Could you ever do a drastic thing like that, ever? Well, the fact that it's a parallel EQ doesn't matter. Believe it or not. Because the way you achieve a bell filter in an EQ is a parallel structure anyway. So, I mean, you do get, the reason some EQs are parallel is to do with the interaction between bands. Like Nova is a parallel EQ, for example. Sorry, my throat makes terrible weird noises after while I'm trying to speak for long periods of time. If you can hear strange noises on the mic, I do apologize. It's like the opposite of ASMR, isn't it? Nova EQ. Plugins. So TDR Nova is a parallel EQ. Oh, it's compensating, isn't it? 1 second. How do I turn off the auto compensation? Why? Is it this? Okay, so yeah, It's that EQ gain compensation. So, the reason Nova is parallel is the nature of its design, because it's actually a dynamic EQ. So in order for these bands to react properly dynamically to the input of their frequency band without being interfered with by other bands, it has to be a parallel design. And like one of the most famous, was the Bthelick parallel? I can't remember. Anyway, there are reasons you would design an EQ to be parallel. It's to do with band interaction, though. It's not to do with. It's not the same thing as parallel compression. EQs don't work like that. It's not. If you add an EQ push in parallel to something, it's just like adding that same EQ push, but without about 6 decibels less effective. That's all it is. It's the bell shape will be slightly different, obviously, but the result. But it's achievable by an EQ that's not in parallel. You just use less of it. So, yeah, I suppose there will be. You'll get slight amounts of phase interference on a non-linear phase EQ in parallel, I suppose. Obviously, we have to compensate at least 3 dB in each channel. We need to compare this to... We need something to... Yeah. It would be like... what have we done? 7 dB. So let's just do 3.15 instead of... sorry, 3.65, sorry. I'm making the maths harder for myself. One second. Let me just take this off. I've done this wrong, haven't I? Is it 2 minus 6s? It is. There we go. Sorry. I'm thinking my brain's fried. So, the first thing you have to do when evaluating any effect is equal loudness compensation. And you have to do that by ear. If you haven't got... you know, if you're trying to judge a distortion or something, you won't know how many decibels it's increasing the level by. Like, for, you know, here's one of the worst culprits. Ableton's overdrive sounds great, but it always increases the level, and there's no output level dial. So you have no way of judging what this distortion is doing on its own, because you're always hearing it with added level. And that's extra dangerous because human hearing is not linear. Anything that's even a half a dB louder will sound better. Some plugins do this on purpose, by the way. Their output will be half a dB slightly off in the positive direction on purpose, because if you're doing one of those subtle bypass tests, it will just sound better. And humans don't hear it as louder. They will hear it as slightly brighter, slightly more bass, might even have slightly more dynamic punch, just from half a decibel. If you're being really picky about, when you get really good ear training, you can start to be fooled by these things. So whatever you did with that EQ in parallel, you must compare it correctly at equal volume, because otherwise you're just adding 6 decibels, right? And it's going to sound better because it was louder. So we need to know, does this boost of EQ sound better because it's louder? Oh, I didn't do the... Sorry, I need to take overdrive off. Oh, it's bypass. You see what I mean? You need to do these things properly to understand what you did. It's fine to have happy accidents. Yes, Dan Worrell has a video on using parallel EQ. It's probably to do this properly in parallel, to act like a normal EQ, you would have a bandpass filter, and that would be the same as adding a. You'd have a parallel bandpass filter, and that would be the same as a normal EQ bell shape. So that's the proper test. But yeah, if you added a parallel low mid boost, like you say, and it sounded really good, then you need to understand what's going on there, because it's probably got nothing to do with the fact that it was parallel. It's got a lot more to do with the fact that you added 6 dB to the total signal. Oh, you were talking about the frequency, low mids in general. Be careful of what you're listening on, because if this sounds good to you, that might be your system. Just might be weak in that area. In general, this is where most instruments overlap. If you look at a harmonic spectrum of different instruments, like voice versus bass versus trombone versus snare drum, doesn't matter what the instruments are. Most instruments contain frequencies in this area. So this is where the most buildup is in sound. That's why people tend to avoid adding anything there, because by the time you've built a track, there's lots of stuff going on here. And in terms of a mix, especially in terms of club music, if you've got a lot of this, that's horrendous in a club. That just sounds that. If this is too loud, this area, you will actually mask this area. And this is the bit you really want, because this is your driving groove force, right? So where your kick and your bass are. And now those are your paramount important pieces of information in dance music. In a club, of course. In pop, this area becomes important because people might be listening on small speakers. So this needs to be clear, but I wouldn't say it needs to be powerful. Dynamically powerful is fine. Like I often, I find a lot of kick drums I add are missing something around 100 hertz. I wouldn't add it to a mix, but I sometimes add 1 or 2 dB at like 100 hertz if the kick drum is weak in the what I call the chest area. Most kick drums are fine in the sub area, but sometimes once you've got the mix going, and sometimes you'll find you've lost the drive of the groove, and just an extra dB or 2 in the chest area of the kick can help bring the groove back, or it might indicate a problem in your side chain. Not leaving enough space for these frequencies. So, but yeah, I don't boost around here a lot unless the sound is already weak in that area. You have to be very careful in the low mids. Yeah. Oh no, Noah's asking about decibels. Noah says, what's the best way to look at true decibel levels? I've heard about LUFS, loudness units, full scale. By the way, it's an acronym. It's loudness units, full scale. So it's not LUF and then plural with the small s, just so you know. Loudness units, full scale. And what's he saying? But I don't really understand them. I feel like my ears are listening to me. Sorry, my ears are constantly lying to me. No, it's the other way around. The meters are lying to you because your ears don't listen in numbers. So it's the meters. Watch my video called How Not to Master Your Tracks. That will show you what's going on with meters and why you shouldn't pay too much heed to them. For example, decibel levels in the digital world, we deal with dBFS, decibels full scale, because a decibel is only a relative measurement, right? So something twice the volume is 6 dB louder than something else. It's not 6 dB versus 0 necessarily. It's a relative measurement. That's why we have there's lots of different types of decibel scale. If you talk about loudness in the real world in terms of air pressure is the way it's measured. In when it comes out of speakers, that would be what's the measurement for decibel loudness? How do they? I spend so long in a door these days. I'm looking at so many websites which don't even distinguish what type of decibel scale they're talking about as well. Yeah, the quick search doesn't reveal. Right, so yeah, sorry, that's the one I'm thinking of. SPL, sound pressure level. There's a dB SPL level scale. There's a dB FS scale. Yeah, decibel is just a relative measurement of sound. It's not a thing in itself. So, well, decibel, named after, I think, was it Alexander Graham Bell? It was 10 loudness units of his measurement, and therefore it became the decibel. I can't remember what his, how he measured his sound originally, but obviously it's become a standard now. So in the digital world, it's decibel full scale. Everything is relative to a maximum of 0. Now, obviously, if I put my speakers at 0 and play my music that's reaching 0 on the dBFS scale, my speakers aren't going to be the same loudness as your speakers at 0, playing my music at 0. So it's only an internal reference level scale. It's not, and it has nothing to do with how our ears work. This is a peak measurement of voltage or. Sorry, I thought I'd muted my phone. Let me just turn that off. I am on Do Not Disturb. Why is that? I need to check why my phone does that. I am actually set to Do Not Disturb. Anyway, yeah, there's all kinds of ways we measure things, and it's all an attempt to try and quantify things. But when it comes to music, it's got very little to how we experience music, because there's always a time element involved. So you could be looking at a number which existed 500 milliseconds ago, or 2 milliseconds ago, or it doesn't matter. And it was these peak levels on our door, like these. They have nothing to do with. Are you hearing this track get louder every time this number goes up? No, you're not. Peak meters, for peak readings like this in decibels, they have nothing to do with the music we're hearing. That's you're just being given a number of a voltage scale, which is the temporary peak that once happened in that sound at some point at some frequency. Because remember, sounds have lots of frequencies in them. So this is why when people say, how loud should I have my bass versus my kick drum? There's no answer, because if you're trying to measure your bass, what if your bass has a higher volume second harmonic than its subharmonic? And it's the subharmonic that's the most important one. You can't tell someone, let it hit -6, because there might not be enough bass at -6, because it has frequency content. It's not one thing. It's not a one-dimensional medium. Meters are one-dimensional or two-dimensional. Sound is four-dimensional. We have up, down, left, right, front to back, and time. There's 4 axes for sound, and meters tell you nothing about. We also then have how our brain decodes sound, which is still a mystery to most of science. We have not yet mapped how the brain understands and encodes sound versus what we measure coming into our ears. Those two things aren't necessarily related. It's called psychoacoustics. We perceive, like the way our eyes are tricked easily with optical illusions. Same happens with the ears all the time. Things like shepherd tones, or there's multiple ways of tricking the ears to do things. But yeah, we have very sophisticated encoding of, like for the longest time, scientists could not explain how we hear sounds above us or below us, because nothing about our measurement system and our auditory system suggests why we would be able to detect sound above us versus below us, because our brains detect sound, what we call interaural time differences, which is the time one sound appears in one ear versus the other ear, interaural time, and this can be microseconds. And that's how evolutionarily we have avoided predators, because we are able to tell where sound is coming from directionally very well. But it doesn't explain, the timing difference doesn't explain at all how we hear sounds above us and below us. And if you ever hear a surround system trying to mimic sound above you, or a plugin that tries to make sound move above the ears in the speakers versus below, they always fail, because we still don't really know how that works. So psychoacoustics is incredibly important, and it's got the numbers don't tell you a lot. So don't make music with numbers is always my advice. Just reference more. If you're asking about levels because you're trying to get loud, just reference more. Copy what your peers are doing. That's an interesting question, Earthwalker. What genre do you think is going to blow up for the rest of the year? I don't know about the rest of the year, because obviously summer's here, so you're going to see a lot of tropical, a lot of piano, chill summer tracks, lots of major seventh chords. Always happens in the summer. You know, these kind of chords. You only hear those during the middle months of the year, usually, unless the music is coming out of Australia, obviously, where they, when they have their summer is when we have winter. But so I don't think any genre will last an entire year, especially now in the what I would call the ADHD consumption economy. We're all encouraged to listen to things for shorter periods of time, shorter amounts of time every, as they gamify the apps into making us skip easily or skip forward easily. TikTok, etc., is basically influenced the way we listen to stuff. So I don't think any genre will last for their entire, not as the main trend. What do I see coming through? Well, everything's definitely rising in tempo. I'm seeing. So there's this whole, I don't know what it's called, but it reminds me of happy hardcore. I'm hearing a lot of that fast hardcore sound coming back through. But I don't think it will last because there's inevitably going to be the pushback to, I mean, we already see it. There's a lot of movements happening simultaneously now. For every moment in the spotlight that the fast hardcore stuff gets, then there's equally the opposite reaction in something like really slow organic house, tropical house, that kind of thing. So, yeah, good question. I'm not sure. I'm hearing bits of trance coming back, but I don't know what the future of it will look like. You can't do things exactly as they were. That doesn't work. It tends to be, has to be relevant to the current culture in some fashion. This is how things evolve. It has to have a resonance with, even if you brought back 90s trance lines, they couldn't be at the same tempo and production and grooves as actual 90s trance. It would just be something like the melody on top of a new existing trend that people would recognize. That kind of thing has to be relevant to the culture in some way. So, yeah. What is front to back? Front to back, Mac, is how close the sound is to you. So we have, well, in basic terms, you can just think about that as volume, right? We've got frequencies, we've got volume per frequency, which is like the harmonic structure of a sound. We've got its positional element, which is its left to right on the panning spectrum. And then you've got its position in time and how it changes over time. Those would be psychoacoustically front to back is, you know, sounds that are closer to you have more high frequencies because they've been less absorbed by the air. So you can manipulate sounds with their reverb pre-delay, amount of early reflections, and their amount of high frequencies. You can make sounds move in front or behind other sounds as you want to paint that picture back to front. If you imagine all of your sounds sit in a 3D box, there's all those techniques you can use to manipulate where it sits closest to you, behind another sound, or off to the right and in your face, or etc., etc. Front to back is your perception of its depth in terms of distance from you. But you can do that with, on a basic level, you can do that with just volume, because obviously sounds further away from you are quieter as well. But there's other things going on there in terms of actual distance. Yes, Gresh, the Haas effect, we talked about that earlier, yeah, with my stereo faker plugin thing. Yeah, that's a good example of an audio illusion that tricks our ears that wouldn't measure correctly. Afro House is certainly blowing up. Actually, I did ask that question earlier. Did anyone answer me? What's the difference between Afro House and Organic House? Can anyone explain a clear difference? Because someone said Black Coffee, but Black Coffee appears in both playlists. And when I did my Organic House video, I referenced Black Coffee. So, are they one and the same? Turbo House. I like the name of Turbo House. I wonder if that's what we should call it. Earthwalker says, we peaked with the release of Friday by Rebecca Black. That poor girl. That poor girl. A friend of mine, what was it? I think it was Mario. Let Me Love You. Da, 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 da. Let me your reflection. Oh, what's the song? I can't remember. It was an old R&B track that we used to take the mick out of because it was extremely cheesy when we were growing up. And I'd not spoke to her for a very long time, and she just messaged me that track out of the blue with the message. The message said something like, do you remember the worst track ever written? And I said, I thought the worst track ever written was Friday by Rebecca Black. And she's like, I don't know what that is. What is it? So I said, do you really want me to send it you? Because you can't unhear this once it's been heard. And I sent it her, and she just sent the message back, Jesus Christ. I can't believe she'd never heard of it. I thought that thing went worldwide. And she was from England, so, I mean, she is from England. So. Yep, Friday, Rebecca Black was peak music. But we can't go too hard on that girl. She was 13 when she wrote that. And so her parents paid some production studio to... That's got to be very hard on a young girl's mental health. I mean, amongst all the other things young girls have to deal with, having your music go viral for all the wrong reasons has got to be extremely hard. I hope she's not too scarred by that experience. Poor thing. Afro hats are different. Is this a joke, Philip, or is this a... Kyle thinks it's Afro has more of a tribal percussion feel. Okay, yeah. The difference is in the dum ta dum ta. Afro House is the one with the horrible snare rhythm, isn't it? Yeah, that'd be called clave rhythm, but that's in organic house as well, isn't it? Oh, Crazy Frog. You can't call Crazy Frog bad because it's based on Axel F by I always forget his name. Harold Faltermeyer. Yes, Faltermeyer. And that was not a bad song. In fact, one of the ways I used to train ambidexterity on keyboard was trying to play that top line and the bass line separately. I can't remember it now. That's it. Ooh, it's been a while since I attempted that. Shows you how bad my it might be because my brain's been fried for speaking for 3 hours, but I used to be able to do that, no problem. It's very hard. Yeah. I can still remember the lines. Hello, Mubu Mubu. I hope I didn't butcher the pronunciation of that. Can I give you a piano lesson? Absolutely not. I'm terrible at piano these days. I used to be quite good, but I don't think I ever got past grade 7 on piano. How do you think I got so fast at drawing in MIDI? I can noodle. That's all I can do these days. Noodle. What electric piano is this? Oh, it's just Ableton's built in. On its default. That's the actual, that's how it loads up. Bit of the tal reverb on it. That's it. Well, let me dig in. There you go. Needs a distortion. Yeah, doesn't respond the best on its default setting. I'd want more anger out of that at full velocity. I'm pressing very hard there. A real one would be a lot bitier than that, I think. Oh, getting there. Oh, that was just clipping. Anyway, yeah, it's just Ableton's built in. It's fine. Am I taking song requests? So it's Moo is your, it's a silent B, or is it kind of Moo? I take it from somewhere on the African continent, one of the 50 countries over there. Anyway, thank you for the clarification. You prefer Mubu to the silent B correct pronunciation. Interesting. How would we make a groovy bass line to align with the Axel F melody? Well, the original is great. You mean in a dance music context? I sound better than grade 7. Thank you. Am I part of James Hype's ghostwriting team? No, I'm not part of James's. I do know his manager, though. We've rubbed shoulders before. Kevin? If that's if he's still got the same manager. Could you tell him to stop lying about making 3 songs on a plane in his YouTube videos? I don't know. His stuff doesn't look that complicated. He uses a lot of loops, samples, because he's not really going for like. This isn't a criticism, by the way, but he's not. His area isn't super musical, is it? So, I think he would be able to make. He certainly doesn't engineer his own tracks. But DJs who are that famous, who have to spend that much time on a plane, yes, do often end up getting a team. But he'll still be producing the songs, though. Like sometimes as a ghost, I'm only brought in to kind of sort out the idea. The producer will have the idea. It will put most of the tracks down. Might even have basic melodies or chords going. The groove will be done, that kind of thing. I just get brought in to either engineer the track or go through some sound design options or spot some wrong notes in the bass line or something that the DJ might not be able to figure out why it sounds off, or if there's a vocal, make more emotional chords that match up with the vocal better. Or I have all kinds of jobs. Sometimes the tracks are mostly done. Sometimes it's just a reference and like, can we do something like this? Because I've got a hole in my set. So. But yeah, if they're very, very, very busy, you need a team at that level. Can I spill any ghostwriting secrets? What, like? I think all the main ones. You see, the thing, if everyone who commented about Chris Lake making Fisher's music, there's no like big secrets. Like if you check the credits, people don't seem to notice that the credits exist on streaming platforms. Because if you just right click and look at the credits of any song, you'll see all the writers there. That usually, when you're registering for writing, you don't use your musical artist alias. You use your real name. Like most of David Guetta's music had Giorgio Tunnyfoot on it, right? For example, he was his main keyboard guy for a long time. So for some reason, only people inside the industry look at those things. I don't know why people who want to know who's written on the track don't just look at the credits, because it's not hard to find, really. Like you will find Bthelick credited as producer on other people's tracks where I've actually produced them, because there's legal requirements. Sometimes, if it's not pure what's called work for hire, you see, sometimes you just get paid a chunk of money for a job, which means that's like an upfront payment for everything. You waive all your rights, no royalties. And I don't usually take those kind of jobs because I would rather take like an hourly fee plus royalties for the sessions. So I've got some kind of future payments, passive payments coming in. And obviously if the song ends up viral for whatever reason, you benefit properly then from the royalty payments. But yeah, just if you want to find out who's writing your favorite DJ's tracks, look on the credits. You'll soon see how many are there. You're the guy I needed 10 years ago. I have actually been with my current clients for over 10 years. And I've not taken on anyone new for a long time. I wouldn't call them famous, but they are, their day job is DJ. And they are on planes a lot. Where do I draw the line of engineering and producing? Has this come from my comment on Instagram? It seemed to have blown up and caused a lot of arguments. That skit about I've forgotten the guy who does the skits on Instagram and TikTok. He's complaining about the snare drum EQ on a radio track to his girlfriend. And then he says it's awful levels of production. And the joke is obviously his girlfriend says, well, you never get any radio play. But my comment was, I know this is a skit, but EQ is engineering, not production. And I half said it as a joke. I must say that. But I just liked watching people argue because it got 1,200 likes and hundreds of comments underneath it. And it got very heated in the comments. So it's a good question. Where do you draw the line with engineering versus producing? So this is my take on it. So you know when who did? One second, let me look up the actual names. Yeah, so it was, remember when Skrillex and Fred Again and Fortet worked on is it Baby Again? So they did I just saw Chris asking me what my real name was again. Yeah. Real name Ben. Eventually the surname will probably get out there. But anyway. Well, you can work out the rest because all you have to do is look at the credits on Bthelick. For anyone who's super interested, by the way. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so engineering versus production. When Fred Again and Skrillex and Fortet made that track, they did a very clever thing. They made Fortet leave the room while they made the track. Because they wanted Fortet to act as the producer. And his job was to come in and check on them to make sure they weren't losing direction, getting lost in the numbers or mental sounds or chords at the expense of the track, right? So Fortet's job was pure production in the sense that he had to not be in the room while it was being made, or when he was in the room, he was basically directing the session. So if Fortet said something like, I think the lead sound should be brighter, right? From that as a high level decision, because he might have thought the lead sound needed to be brighter. I'm not saying any of this happened, by the way, but I do know that they made Fortet act as producer. But if he said something like that, because he's thinking about the audience and the tracks it needs to be played next to in the set, and whether it's outdoors versus indoors, all that kind of stuff, all kinds of decisions would have gone into why he asked for the lead sound to be brighter. That is production. Now, Fred Again or Skrillex, their job would have been to either grab an EQ or maybe some bandpass distortion in the high frequencies, or whatever way, or an exciter, something like that. Whatever way they chose to brighten that sound on Fortet's instructions, that is engineering. Does that make sense? The decision was a production decision. The execution is an engineering thing. Again, I'll use Rick Rubin as the perfect example. It's perfect because he has made so many hits across so many genres, yet he has no technical or musical ability. And it's not marketing, and it's not pumping ridiculous amounts of money into a project. He's worked with low budget hip hop, high budget rock, pop, you name it. He's had all kinds of success because he has been a pure producer and reacting emotionally, trying to be the audience. What's my national insurance number? Can I prove my right to work in the UK? I see what you're trying to do there. Bite. Well, there we go. Yeah. So Fortet apparently did the same thing with Fred Again's Delilah, where they tried to finish it in a part on a Bluetooth speaker. So that's a pop producer's decision, right? I know Fred Again is a musician before he was a DJ, but I actually think he's quite a good DJ. He's certainly a good performer. So Fred's angle on that track might have been all about the music, or he's quite good at sound design, so he probably does some engineering as well, maybe. But yeah, so in the moments where he was thinking to club, when in fact Fortet would have recognized that vocal is a pop vocal, so it needs to survive on small Bluetooth speakers as well as work in the club. So that's a production decision which needs an engineering solution. I hope that makes sense, right? Yes, Rick Rubin does not play any musical instruments or mix. He ruined that Eminem album, though. Well, listen, I'm not saying everything he's done is great. Well, the thing is, Rick Rubin doesn't really do... It won't have been him that ruined it. The album would have been ruined when Rick tried to get the best out of Eminem as himself, instead of forcing a direction. Because Rick's more just about getting people to be happy and vibe. And obviously he imposes his own tastes, but he tries not to change the artist. He did one of Metallica's worst albums as well, because obviously they got him in far too late for the Death Magnetic album. So yeah, he's not all of his work is great, but when it works, when it goes well, it's phenomenal what he does. But in terms of an example of why it's not engineering, is because he doesn't touch the desk. He doesn't touch any of the effects. Production is emotional reaction. That's why it's so hard to self-produce. There's only been a handful of artists, that really successful artists in the history of the world, that have ever successfully produced themselves. One of them being Prince. You might argue Avicii. But Avicii did write and work with other people as well. Can there be a production solution for an engineering problem? Yes. Good question. Does it work that way around? I'd have to think of it. I would have to think of an example. Andrew Schweppes mixed that album for Metallica. Yes, true. I suppose final production would have been the band, because Lars Ulrich, the drummer, cannot keep his nose out, so he would have insisted that that album sounded the way it did, i.e. terrible. And Andrew just had to go with it. So it's the mastering engineer on that one I felt sorry for. Yeah, Susan Rogers did produce for Prince, although I would technically call her an engineer. She manned the desk while she had to hit record, right? So they would make decisions together. All of his, he had 3 producers throughout his life, didn't he? He liked working with women producers most because they didn't chat back to him. They just did what they were told, apparently. We won't go into the accusations of apparently he may have beaten some women. I'm not sure he ever mistreated any of his engineers, producers. But yeah, I think her role was mostly engineer. But they did make some production decisions together, yes. I've been watching some interviews with Susan recently. Most of the time, she wasn't given the time to make any big decisions. She would have to get a snare sound in about 30 seconds, which, if you think about how they worked in those days with analog, they had to work ridiculously fast to keep up with Prince. Yes, but that's a good example. Changing a synth sound or a drum sample to something else because it's not working is a production decision to an engineering problem. Yeah, if you identify that it's an engineering problem, like a frequency clash, like the kick drum is masking the bass sound in the wrong ways, swapping the kick drum is kind of a production decision, but it would be an engineer that spots that. So the production decision to swap the kick drum would be an aesthetic one, I think. Maybe if it wasn't working in the groove, that would be the production decision. Anyway, obviously there's a tremendous amount of overlap. Yeah, I don't quite know enough, Kyle, on the Prince thing. I don't know enough to. I shouldn't have even spoke that way, because I don't know enough of what from what sources which information is from, and which bits are corroborated and true, and which bits aren't. So I actually don't know enough to speak on. Prince in that respect. But what we can say is true is he was a tremendous self-producer. He would make massive decisions, like removing the bass from a song entirely. The bass part, not the bass frequencies. And the record label hated it. But that turned out to be, like many of his tracks, it went on to still be a massive hit. It was When Doves Cry, wasn't it? Yep. He made a high-level decision that the track was better without a bass instrument in it. Which, if you think about it, is wild. But that's production. Turning the fader down on the bass part on the desk, that's engineering, kind of. Just about, isn't it? But the decision to get rid of the bass, that's production. No, Cameron, I haven't seen the ADE sets by Storm. I take it they're good. Are there any questions I've not answered? What's the hardest classical piano song I can play? Oh, God. I can't play any hard classical songs at all. My favourite always used to be what was it called? Was it just... It was the theme from the film The Piano by Michael Nyman. That was the only remote... That's the only one I've got muscle memory for these days. It's not exactly classical, though. It's modern classical. I bet I can't do it now. Nope. Nope. It's all a bit messy. My excuse is I would need to set up the velocity curve on this keyboard properly. I'm getting notes jumping out for no reason. And any of those pieces are completely velocity dependent, so... Remember that bit from Debussy a little bit. I didn't know that. Is that true? Rick James stole a synth from... Are we talking about Prince? That's funny. I imagine Rick James stole a lot of things. Kevin, I have lost all inspiration these days. How can I reset? Oof. That's a great question. Where are you listening to music? I would ask. You probably haven't discovered anything truly new and inspiring for a while, because that's kind of what presses me forward. So you have to be very careful of falling into playlist habits or on Spotify and things like that, because even when you set them to random, they're actually not random. It's all algorithmically rigged behind the scenes to keep you in the same area that you were. I would listen to more music, but deliberately seek out different things, I would say. Do you play an instrument? Or would you be interested in learning one? So you're saying you're uninspired in your creation, obviously, not in... You listen to lots of music. Well, I somehow managed to finish a track a week of my own, minimum. I'll tell you what. I mean, let me just talk you through... You see, when you make music for a living, you have to be careful about my answer here because I'm speaking from a professional perspective. So one of the things you have to get rid of as a professional is this concept of being uninspired. I talked about this in my finishing tracks videos, but I'm with Stephen King on this one. I don't think writer's block exists because talker's block doesn't exist, as Seth Godin said. We don't have any problems talking. It's only when we come to write it down and we are held accountable for what's written down, if that might be cemented in the future forever, like releasing a song. It's only when it comes to writing it down that there's a problem, which is a fear thing, right? It's down to fear. So when you're a professional, you can't afford to be afraid to output music, any creative endeavor, not just music. So you have to forget, you have to turn up every week and do something. In my case, I have to put out music every time I go to the studio for one of my clients when I'm ghostwriting. We usually finish 1 or 2 tracks in that day, started from scratch, because that's the job. And it's easier when working with someone else because they might be able to bring the idea first. Like, I wanted a song that mixed this with this, but it was supposed to fit in this set at this tempo. Like, a producer might ask me something like, can I use a bass line like Giorgio Moroder's I Feel Love? Can I do that at in an organic house setting, for example? They might have some really wild suggestions. Like, I've got this vision where I think this bass line works in this genre, but the tempos are completely different and the keys are a bit weird. Will it work with this vocal we've already got? Stuff like that. And I have to kind of piece together... if I don't think it's going to work, I still don't say no. I will, as fast as possible, put together an example just to see for myself if it can work. But usually ahead of time, I can hear if it won't. But I don't like saying no to people because it ruins the session tempo, right? As in the vibe of the session. I don't like being a naysayer. Like, I can already hear when if someone says, if we've got a vocal and the producer says, I really like the chords from Biceps Glue, can we use those under this vocal? I will instantly be able to say no, because the vocal hits these notes and it's going to clash at this point in time, right? So, but I still won't say no. I will put the chords under and then show them and then watch their emotional reaction, because for some reason they might really love that and it might work fine for them, even though it's musically quote unquote incorrect. So there's this concept of just turning up and doing the work. In fact, I think that's one of Seth Godin's books. It's just called Do the Work. And I think inspiration is like it's a skill in a way. It's something you can practice. So the way I turn up, if I'm not feeling particularly inspired, like at my core heart gut level, there's not something I particularly love at the moment that I want to achieve, I will always have something else in the queue to try. Like for example, let me try a track with the chord progression from Glue by Bicep, but I want to do tropical house or techno or tech house or something, or a goal like that. Or it could just be like at the minute I'm doing a video on Hayden James, and I've not finished the video yet, but what I'm going to talk about in that video is I'm mostly doing this track. Let me just so sneak preview here. Oh, where's the original? Oh, it'll be in reference, won't it? It'll be in references. So I'm doing a breakdown, a deep dive of this track. I'll play a bit of the verse first. So pretty chill, relaxed, pop house. I don't know what you would call this. And a very laid back drop. So imagine if all you wanted to do was achieve a track that was chill, pop, house. That might be your entire aim. What you have to do is see that through. So every decision you make can just be working towards that and nothing more. It doesn't have to be life-changing. You might, so you use things like Rhodes pianos for the verse. You would choose chord progressions that made you feel nice and relaxed, probably lots of sevenths in them and stuff like that. You make sure the drop wasn't too big. Your sound selection for the drums wouldn't be things like a massive clap. It would be nice and tight like this one. All of your sound decisions, your writing decisions, even the groove's not very complicated, right? It's just bouncing along on the eighth notes. You can make sure you can focus all of your decisions on every part of making the song into just trying to achieve that mood. Even if you didn't have this vocal, for example, you might make an instrumental track with the aim of hopefully someone eventually liking your track and putting a vocal on it like this. You would put the instrumental together to be a nice chill mood. And it doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. Obviously, if you go for a pop structure, that makes it nice and easy because you can get out of the 4-bar loop by programming like really basic sections for verses, choruses that have got more instruments in them, like this has got a big fizzy pad inside of it. Hear that fizzy pad that's in there in the background? And that's all it has to be. Ways of building into that and ways of building out of that. Got a little guitar line there. And if you're really struggling for arrangement, then just try, you just take the kick drum out every now and then. You take the bottom end out every now and then with an EQ. Make sure the drop lands with all the bottom end and with the full percussion. Add an extra tambourine or something. It doesn't have to be complicated. You don't have to have a massive vision for some masterpiece. Just think. You could do. There's lots of ways you could achieve a vision for a track. Like maybe you want to paint a visual landscape. Like, doesn't have to be a landscape, but I don't know. Like maybe you're into drifting, motorsport, you know, like they did in the Fast and the Furious drifting movie, right? Maybe if you listen to enough of the type of tracks that those guys listen to who drift cars, you kind of get a feel for the vibe of what works in car culture, right? So you might just aim for that sound, and make sure when you're making the track that you've got YouTube videos playing on mute of tracks, cars drifting, and you'll soon see if they line up or not. That could be one way you do it, or you might just be a painting that you love, or a meme, or an image, or an inspirational quote, or it could be anything. Overall, what I would seriously try to remember is this quote from Seth, right? So, mathematically speaking, 50% of your ideas will be below average. Makes sense, right? Out of the entire career of your work across your life, 50% of the things you do will be below average. That's the nature of, that's mathematically how it has to work. And the way that translates into music is, in EDM terms, they can't all be bangers. So I feel there's several reasons you're going to get trapped. It's because of A, fear. Oh, thank you, SGT. Thank you. How very untoxic of you. Thank you for the £5. Yeah, so make sure it's not because of fear that you're scared to finish the loop. If you just can't think of what's going on, it deep down it might be a fear reason, even if you're not aware of it, right? So you kind of have to force yourself to do something embarrassing, like try a drum loop that you don't think might work, or a bass line that's not, maybe it's not really setting you on fire right now, but it's all you've got. Repeat it for 32 bars. Your job is only to finish that track, and it's not going to be the best track you've ever written because you're not super inspired at that moment. But whilst that is happening, all kinds of other things are going on. You're still learning. You're still training your ears because you're practicing, right? And as long as you make sure to practice finishing, remember I said in the finishing videos that finishing is its own practice. You still have to practice finishing, even if it's not on your best material. Finish everything, absolutely everything, even if it just ends up being a 2-minute track with like a verse, chorus repeated. Even if that's all you can muster that day, finish it, absolutely finish it, render it, and put it up on SoundCloud for the public to ridicule you on. Be accountable for it, because or even release it if you dare, right? I release absolutely everything I do. Very, very, I don't think any of it is finished. Because the practice of finishing takes that fear away, and that the finishing itself becomes second nature. You will develop habits like structures that you like to use in arrangement. The way you always break down and filter things in the middle section and build out of them. You can build up habits which will make things second nature to you, which means your arrangement can be very fast and almost unconscious. Yes, it's kind of lazy and it's uninspired, but sometimes that's... there's a thing that happens, right? When you do this for a living for long enough, some of your tracks go off. Like at the moment, one of my tracks that started appearing in everyone's Instagram reels and TikToks, and I've started to see the numbers on YouTube, is another track that's been around for 5 years. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, Still in Love with You. So this track... it's been uploaded for at least 5 years, and now everyone's suddenly...
Must have been the way you looked at me that made me uptight.
Great singer called Alex, by the way.
You're playing on my mind, and something ain't right. Know that I want you back. Thought if all I let go, my mistake I didn't know. I never want
I'll let it drop first.
this, 'cause every day it's you I miss. I'm so lost and mixed up, 'cause I'm still in love with you, love with you, love with you. I'm messed up, I'm so lost.
So for some reason, that's suddenly taken off. I don't know who shared it. It's really hard for me to trace the data these days because there's so many directions something could come from. I don't know if it was they call it the tipping point. There's actually a book written on the tipping point. So I don't know where the tipping point was, what the audience is. But for some reason, streams have just shot up on that track already, and it's been doing nothing for 5 years. And what this keeps happening, the longer you produce and the longer you put out music, you will find songs which you never thought would do anything, or even songs you really liked that then did nothing for 5 years. Suddenly one of them might go off for reasons completely out of your control. And every time, even if it was a song you were completely uninspired at the time, you might get a message from someone like, this song changed my life. And it could be a song that you made in 5 minutes because you were uninspired, and all right, not 5 minutes, maybe 2 hours or something. I could probably finish a track in 2 hours if I'm really churning through one. But maybe it was a track you were kind of doing on autopilot because you were uninspired that day. But like I say, because I practice finishing, stuff gets done. And just the practice alone, the ear training, the finishing, everything makes me better every single time. I'm always improving, I hope. And someone might turn around in 5 years and say, this track changed my life, or I played this track at my wedding. And it'll be one that you might not even remember the name of the track. That's happened to me in the past. Embarrassing almost, that I can't remember the names of some of my tracks. But I don't always name them, actually. My DJ Clips, my manager, does most of the naming these days because we're both busy doing our own things. But thankfully I have him to do all the Spotify. He fills out the forms, and sometimes we just don't have names for the tracks. So anyway, the point is, sometimes a track will change someone's life that you didn't particularly think. It's certainly not one of your best, or one that had the most effort put into, the most love and attention. But when someone turns around to you and tells you that this track is magical to them, then suddenly you are validated and you like that track again. Because how can you not like something that was successful in someone else's eyes, even if it didn't feel like your best work at the time? And that's the reason you must finish stuff, because otherwise that can't happen. And trust me, if like a famous drinks company in the UK, sorry, my Do Not Disturb has run out, so now I'm getting notifications through. 1 second, let me just turn those back off. Oh, it's been 4 hours. Okay, I shall order food in a minute. But I will finish on this. So, yes, there was a big drinks company in the UK which is famous over here, called Vimto. So they approached me and a friend who I was working with at the time, because we'd done a track, and our track was it was done in 4 hours on a dubstep template using Ableton's built-in instruments at the time. This is before we even had Wavetable in it. This might have been done in Ableton 6 or 7, very long time ago. We almost put it together as a mockery because it didn't sound as good as the dubstep stuff out there. But we were approached by the Vimto Drinks Company to put it on an advert. And we said, yeah, sure. And we didn't think it would happen because there was other famous acts that they'd approached, and we weren't famous at all. Like they approached, Groove Armada. I can't remember the other ones now. But there was some other famous acts that they'd approached, and we were kind of in a pool of suggestions for. And when they tested the track on the target audience, apparently I was one. And I remember my first check from that advert was £10,000 on a track which was almost a joke, which took us 4 hours. And it became a track on a Vimto advert. And all of a sudden, you like the track because you get a modicum of fame for it. And you're like, well, maybe there is some genius in there after all. And yeah, that just comes from the practice of turning up to work, basically. If you're not inspired, do something lazy, like pick a single thing to aim for. Like, I'm just going to make chill house, and it's going to be 3 minutes long, and it doesn't have to be anything more than that. Let me just pick the right sounds and put an idea together, and then forget about it. But make sure you finish it and upload it and put it somewhere in the world. Because if you do that enough times when you're uninspired, it just makes the process far easier. So that because another reason you might be uninspired is because the technology can get in the way. You might sit down to write a song and then get obsessed with trying out 10 different EQs on the lead sound or the vocal, because there's all these lovely shiny plugins out there. Like, oh, what does the Pultec EQ sound like on my vocal? What does the SSL EQ sound like on my vocal? Is it better than Ableton stock EQ? Why do I not like the EQ when I've done it in FabFilter Pro Q3? Because everyone in every tutorial and every YouTube video ever loves FabFilters Pro Q3. Why do I prefer it when I do it with... Maybe I should second guess that and come back to it tomorrow, because my ears are clearly lying to me that Pro EQ3 can't be the worst one, right? You get, and then as soon as you start having thoughts like that, the longer that goes on, the easier it is to forget your initial inspiration to start an idea in the first place. Even if it's a small inspiration, like, I'm just going to make a chill track today, or a minimal track, or can I make a track out of 8 parts only, or 3 parts, drums, bass, and vocals? Whatever the initial inspiration is that made you start the thing, you have to get through that thing fast, because otherwise you will lose the inspiration. And the more you spend languishing on things that don't matter, like sound quality, you will get trapped in the technology, like trying to engineer the track whilst you're trying to write the track. And you can't do that. Fine, do some sound design if it's if you have a vision for what you want to sound design towards, but don't spend 4 hours making a lead sound by just going through presets until you're inspired by one, because that's too long. You have to do stuff at a reasonable pace in order to stay inspired. And then if you can, like I say, if you can practice finishing everything, as bad as even your bad tracks, finish them, because just the practice of that gets you the chops, the unconscious movements of your mouse or whatever it is, your instrument. It doesn't matter. You will start to do things on autopilot, which make the making process less of a barrier. Therefore, your ideas will have more room to happen, because you won't be trapped EQing or sound designing, because you will have more practice at that. You will be better, and you will be able to write more of the song that you actually wanted in the first place faster. So, yeah, inspiration comes from lots of places, but try to finish anything, please. Yes, happy accidents is... Don't be afraid to let accidents happen, because... and remember, your opinion is only yours. Yes, you have to like what you put out as an artist, but when you find out that other people like what you don't, and you happen to have created it by accident, trust me, your opinion will change. Your opinion will change of that track. No one likes not being famous, or not being known, or validated, or... Yeah. Stop attacking me, says SGT. Yeah, exactly. Serum preset paralysis. Jess Yolona says serum preset paralysis is definitely a thing. It's a thing, because Serum is so popular. The first thing you do is download 4,000 presets from different famous artists, and then next time Yeah, you can't. I can't. I can only advise on certain levels, right? Obviously, because see, I've never had Serum preset paralysis or Vital preset paralysis. If Vital was as popular as Serum, I still wouldn't have the preset paralysis because I decided to learn sound design. So I have a vision of what my sound should be like, and I have a rough idea of how to get there. So my creation process is very quick. It's actually quicker for me to make a sound from scratch with a sound in mind that I want. Even if I don't fully achieve it well, I'll get close enough to the point and fast enough that it would be faster than finding it in a preset bank. Unless you get to, like samples, unless you get to know your sample banks really well, you will always go to the same, like I know if I type in Kong in my sample bank, I've put it in here actually, I will always use the John Kong of Left Wing and Cody fame. I will always use the John Kong clap reverb in songs that need that type of energy on the drop. I've used it in tropical house, I've used it in techno, I've used it in house, I've used it in rock, I've used it if you know a preset that you always like, then obviously fine. Presets are fine, but if you're, I think the lesson overall is vision, which goes back to inspiration again, doesn't it? So you need to know what you're searching for, because if you're guessing and just hoping to be inspired by a new sound or something, that is not the same session that you are writing a track in. That's what I call a sandbox session. So if I get a new sample pack, I might just spend an evening with the aim just to get used to it. I might try swapping the clap samples with a track I've already finished, just to see how they sit with other instruments, blah, 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 blah. My evening might be just listening to that sample pack and seeing if I like it, favoriting the bits I do like, making note of different things. But I won't be... The point of getting the sample pack was not to finish a track that night. That's what I call a sandbox session. So that enables me to work faster in the future, because I'll be like, I really liked that snare or kick or tambourine or whatever from that sample pack I just got. Or it might just be inspiring because it's new. That happens a lot. The same reason some people buy new synthesizers when they technically don't do anything different to their previous synthesizer. It's just the knobs are in a different place. And that might be enough to make you write a song with that synthesizer. That's absolutely fine. You might download a new EQ, because technically it doesn't do anything different to your other EQ, but it might inspire you to turn the knobs in a different way to get the different sound, which inspires you to finish a track with, just because you liked that EQ so much. That's happened with me all the time with like variety of sound plugins. Some of the variety of sound plugins, I have this thing called a magic rack. Actually, let me see if it works on...
Dance in the rain.
let me see if it works on this track. If you put the magic rack on... Oh no, is it going to crash my system? Oh, that's not good. So this is a rack of plugins which all technically don't do anything. They're all like one's a this is a model. These two are a model of a transformer. This is a tape, but they're all extremely subtle. And
Bring on the thunder. I wanna dance in the rain.
I'll enable and disable it. You can hear for yourself how subtle they are.
Bring on the thunder. I wanna dance in the rain. I wanna ride that perfect storm again.
That might be enough to inspire throwing those on every track, just for that ever so slight flavor boost that they give. That might be enough to make me finish a track. I don't know. inspiration can come from many different places. He did do a plugin which made something sound so lo-fi that I rewrote an entire track as to make it sound as 80s as possible. Which one was it? I changed my drums out for old 80s drums, and I made what's called an 80s flavor rack with it, which is had a lot of chorus on it and other stuff. But yeah, inspiration can be as simple as that. It's like, right, I want to make this entire track again, but I want it to sound really 80s. Which one was it? Might have been that one. I've got a few now. But I remember my evening for this night was let me listen to a load of people playing an old Roland Juno arpeggios and try and copy them in Vital, so I could get an idea for. I also looked up how the Juno synth worked in terms of. I realized one of the key things was its main envelope did it both its volume and its filters. You couldn't do them separately. You can't like you can in modern synths. So limitations like that made me make all my synths have one envelope on them. And then I ended up with a bunch of similar sounding sounds. Swapped my drums out for like a Linn drum or something. Obviously got bell sounds from the free Dext plugin, which is supposed to be a DX7 emulation. Only using drum machines that were available in the 80s or before. Put things through this variety of sound plugin, which made things sound really old. And I made a track. It doesn't change. It's that same arpeggio all the way through. I'm changing the filter, bringing the drums in and out. Broke it down to the chords, but the arp's still going in the background on the DX instrument. Down to just the bass and the clap. I had a new melody idea. And that was enough for me to make a track just because I wanted it to sound 80s. Before that, it was a completely different sounding track. Yeah, that kind of thing. I think this one was because someone released a chorus which sounded extremely 80s. I think it was the Tal chorus. So I put it on the vocal, along with a slap echo.
There were good times, but you left me hurting. I was down on the floor when I look in your face.
I think I made.
I remember the light.
Yeah, I referenced the movie soundtrack to the movie Drive. One of the biggest tracks off that was. I think it only had 4 elements in it. So I was extremely sparing of what bringing in things like. So I've still not brought the hi-hats in yet. Here we go. But I've now removed the snare, so I can drop later with everything, even though technically not a lot comes in. There we go. That was the drop. There we go. That track is about 2 minutes long, 2 minutes 10 or something. So that my inspiration for that was because the chorus plugin sounded really 80s. So I used some of the sounds from the synths I already had on this one. Yeah, that came together in no time. It's got tape noise over the top of it to fill the space.
I will not deny.
Isn't it too muddy? Maybe. It's not a club track. Doesn't matter. The purpose of the track was to sound 80s and be finished. That was literally it. And all the things, even if this track does nothing, everything I learned making it and the practice of finishing it is more valuable than what the track might earn me back. Understand? 50% of your ideas will be below average. That is mathematical certainty, a fact. You cannot change it. 50% of your ideas will be below average. They can't all be bangers. They don't have to all exist for the same reason. This track is finished. Many of your tracks are not. I win. Sorry, that sounded really arrogant, but you know what I mean, right? So, does it matter that it's muddy? This might get used on a movie soundtrack. It might get picked up for an epic saxophone player, might like Yarden, might pick it up and decide to wail over it, or ask me for the instrumental, or the instrumental always goes out, by the way. Always put the instrumental out first. Listen to that terrible reverb on the snare. I'm very proud of that one. I can't remember what it is. What is it actually? How did I get that? I want to know. I want to know what my terrible reverb choice was, because it's epic. Yesterday was the 80s. So yeah, that was a long inspiration rant, but hopefully you get the idea. Drums. So it is a Linn drum. Let's bring those in. What is the reverb? Obviously we're too fast. It is... Oh, there we go. It's Epic Plate, the original one by Variety Sound. I think that was his first attempt at a plate. He's since made a better one, but I chose the original because it was nasty. And obviously appropriate to the era. Plates were very big. One of the earliest forms of studio reverb. I'm just using the built-in Linn drum from Ableton. It has no real bass on the kick. I don't even think I've EQ'd it, have I? No. So, yeah. Don't be afraid to finish things. This could be... I don't know what will happen to this track in 5 years' time, is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, Fresh, we're just finishing up. You should, but the VOD will be up. You'll be able to... The original question was about lacking inspiration. And I just went on I think, a 30-minute rant about how the many places you might be able to get inspiration from. Was the general gist of that? Yes, Mahu. I have... sorry again for the pronunciation. I do have experience in sync licensing, yes. All my vocals come from Splice OCL. Unless I'm working with a dedicated artist, of course. But 99% of what you hear from me will be Splice. And here's another thing. Remember, you have an infinite amount of goes. So that vocal I have used in 3 tracks. I think that was the 80s version. Yesterday. I have used it in trance.
You left me hurting. I was down on
Same vocal.
when I look in your face. The floor. When I look in your face. I remember.
Like I said, it was the effect on a vocal that inspired me to make this track 80s. So I would have pulled this vocal in, realized how 80s it sounded, and that inspired the entire track. That was the only reason to write that track. Nothing else. I've used it on this tech house trance thing. And I think actually I've used it 4 times, so there's another one with it in. I think this is a different no, that's the trance one again. No, 3 tracks. I used it in 3 tracks, but there's no rules to having another go. As I said in my finishing tracks video, this game is on free play. You've got infinite tries. There's that many tracks released every day. People will not notice if you release a track with the same vote. I mean, these weren't released together. These have all been far apart when I've been inspired to try again with a different genre. And again, the inspiration for one of these tracks might have been simply the fact that I was listening to someone else's song, and then I remembered I had this vocal from my Splice library called Yesterday. It might have been a lyric that triggered me or a sound, and I would think, I should try that vocal I had that had the Yesterday in it on that chord progression or that genre. And I'll just go and make another one. So nice and fast, nice and easy. And you never know which one of these might do well. You just have no idea. In fact, this one did rather well. The instrumental of this one ended up doing a few 100,000, I think. I think it was called Remembrance in the end. Is it that one? Yeah. $352,000. That's the instrumental. The 2-minute edit. But yeah. How? Did I predict that? No. Did I write it to do that? No. Is it catchy? No. Is it really well engineered? No. I mean, it's a good kick drum, right? So I don't have to do anything with the bass. I put plenty of automation effort in. There's lots of reversed reverbs and things going on. Lots of automation. But Did I know that was going to do a third of a million plays? No. And the inspiration behind it was nothing, like I say, nothing special. I was just trying something that day. And the thing is, with trying stuff, you just never know what will work. That's the nature of art. So anyway, it is a nice stab. That was a splice sample, the stab. I didn't even play that one. Do I use a mastering engineer? No. See my video on how not to master your tracks. I mix the track at the same level as my reference tracks, and then I put it out with nothing on the master bus. I say that sometimes if it's come together really fast, or if I'm in a rush, the main problem is you will hear if it's a vocal track. If it's a vocal track and the track is quite chill, like this one, in certain sections I may have to turn a limiter on. I do like the sound of Isotope's Max in its modern mode, but I do not do anything with it. I have a default patch which is this. This is only when I can hear the vocal distorting. So I am not increasing the volume on the way in. I am not increasing the volume or reducing the volume on the way out. It's set to modern. Its default amount of character. I give it full stereo independence, so the left and right are being treated separately, and a tiny amount of transient recovery, which is the main reason this limiter sounds more transparent than, say, Ableton's built-in one or most of the other limiters out there, because it has a transient recovery algorithm, which is effectively intelligent clipping, is all that's going on with this. But for speed, sometimes I will put that on the master of the just in the vocal section, because I don't want my drum transients reduced by this either. Even though it does have this, it's still technically a limiter. So I will sometimes put that on vocal tracks that don't have a lot of high frequencies, where the clipping is very obvious to the ears, and it's detrimental to the track. The real way to solve that problem is obviously going to like I said earlier, be very diligent with your sub range. Start looking at your sub bass and your kick relationship and making sure they aren't using up unnecessary energy. That usually is how you free up the headroom to be as loud as your references. And then you don't need a limiter. Even if it's in the red, it should sound transparent. But like I say, watch my video called How Not to Master Your Tracks. I've been releasing that way for 8-9 years. I do that with my clients as well. Sometimes, like I described earlier in the stream, I described sending stuff to a mastering engineer, stems to a mastering engineer, for one of my clients. And the reason they do that is sometimes because they have an in-house mastering engineer at the record label that they're releasing on. And there's sometimes politics involved, where if they pay for the master, they own the master. It's more legally cemented that they own that master recording if they've paid for it to be mastered. Not that those two things are the same thing. Legal terminology, don't get confused. But sometimes it's just a mastering engineer. Like if we don't have to pay through the nose for someone really skilled like Kevin at Wired Mastering. He does a lot of famous people. Some of my clients have a relationship going back with him over 15 years. So sometimes he'll do them a favor and master their tracks, and we'll use him because any fresh ears on my work will still improve it. Even if he only improves it by 2%, Fresh ears from a dedicated mastering engineer is fine, but they're very expensive to get good ones. So usually not the case. I've got one client which always uses my mixes, and we've had several. It's quite funny actually, because when I do send to a mastering engineer, all I will do is take my mix, press -10 here. Obviously, I have nothing on my master bus. There's nothing changing the track. These are all just meters. The stereo meter and span, obviously. That's the only things that stay on my master bus. Sometimes I'll have this on the master bus, so I can listen to the sub-range when it's not clear to me what's going on. Or sometimes this will stay on as master automation for when I want to remove the bottom end of the track for like break sections and things. So it drops better when you bring the bottom end back in, you know, DJ style tricks. That's the only effect that will be on my master. So I'll just hit -10 and render the mix and then send that to their mastering engineer. And it's surprising how many times the mastering engineer has overthought it, tried to compress it, tried to do all this kind of stuff, and they've sent back a much worse track than simply my mix at 0. When all they had to do to match my mix at 0, technically my master, if you will, was just turn it up by 10 dB. They would have got the same track back. And instead, they try all this stuff, and they always end up picking my mix instead. That's happened so many times now that one of my clients just does not bother getting anyone else to master it because it's a waste of time and money. So, bytes, do I use limiters on individual tracks at all to control dynamics? I have done, yes. Because sometimes you get a really spiky vocal. And the reason I would do a limiter over a compressor, well, obviously a limiter is just a compressor with an infinite ratio, right? So one less knob. There's cases where you might have a vocal performance, and that vocal performance is very emotional. So the dynamics are important. They're up and down. But the thing with the human voice is, because the tone of the voice changes with the level. Like when someone gets loud, it's not just a volume thing. Their vocals will get sharper, right? They'll go through the nose more, as opposed to the back of the throat. Right? They change the tone when they get loud, and we pick up on that. So the actual overall level of the vocal isn't, if you can transparently control the level of the vocal, preferably with the fader, but if you're in a rush, you can use a limiter. Then some of the more spiky elements you can transparently limit, because the performance will be in the tone of the voice. But you don't want to compress it, because compressors, the compressors don't keep the lower bits. They compress everything, right? You normally have the threshold low enough that the overall, the voice is compressed overall, and that can remove too much of the dynamic of the sound. Whereas if you just grab the peaks with a limiter, then because those peaks are obviously causing my master to clip too harshly, would be the main reason. I will sometimes limit something extra dynamic like a vocal, but that's pretty much off the top of my head. That's the only thing I can think I use a limiter on sometimes. A very dynamic vocal that deserves to stay dynamic. So it turns out that limiting is actually the most transparent way of controlling that vocal. I hope that makes sense. Chris, yeah, wired mastering will master anything. Well, having said that, I know Kevin's very busy, but they'll take anything on. It's just very expensive. No, I wouldn't use a clipper on drums, SGT. Nope. No, because the master is clipping. So that is my clipper on drums. If I clip the drums at the track level, I'll be then clipping the clipping. Anything that joins those clipped drums, because remember, clipping the drums doesn't stop them from clipping, if that makes sense. Because as soon as another sound is added, like a vocal or a bass or anything else, to a clipped drum set, that's plus 6 dB. So they will clip again. All the harmonics that were generated from the clipping now have to be re-clipped at the master. Or I have to get a limiter out. Or do some other nonsense. So I absolutely do not clip my drums except on the master. Because the only thing I want clipping are the drum transients. The stuff that's so fast that you cannot hear it clip. And that actually benefits from being clipped. Because remember, all distortion is trading low frequencies for high frequencies, right? So it's fine for the snap of a drum at the beginning, the click of a kick drum, for example. It's fine for that bit to pass the red, because it just becomes slightly brighter. Or in some cases, you won't hear it at all because it will be too fast. So I deliberately let the drums pass through, and it's the other things that can't clip. But I won't use a clipper on them to stop them clipping, because clipping before clipping doesn't work. You would have to start clipping things at -30. Because when you add all the sounds back together, then you might get back to 0. But yeah, clipping does not stop clipping. So be careful. You can use them for tone control. Clipper is just another type of distortion, right? So it's fine to experiment with them. I think one of my, like, if someone brings a new EQ out, I'll roll my eyes, because I've got every EQ I'll ever need. I don't care. Or a compressor or things like that. But if someone brings a new distortion out, I will listen and try it out, because that's one of the more creative effects. That there's so many different flavors of distortion, as I mentioned earlier. If you look at my plugin list, under creative here, I've got Wolf Shaper, Tal Filter's got distortion in it, Crush, IVGI by Klanghelm, that's another distortion. Grind is another distortion I love. Free Clip, there's a clipper distortion. Dirty Filter is obviously a filter with a distortion built in. Build Your Own Distortion by Thomas Chow DSP. I think it's Thomas. BPB Saturator. And then I always use Saturator in Ableton and Overdrive. They've got their guitar pedals as well, haven't they? Pedal. Obviously, I'm an ex-guitarist. Still play guitar, but that's got 3 different distortion models in from famous guitar models, which are all different flavors. You can never have too many different distortion flavors. So yes, in terms of like a sound design, a deliberate aesthetic aggression, clipping's fine. But if you're doing it to avoid clipping at the master, it doesn't work. Always be aware of that. Oh, see you, Muhu. Muhu. I've forgotten how it's pronounced. Thank you for stopping by. And thank you for the questions. In fact, we should wrap it up there. I need to eat. Thank you to everyone as usual. What's going to play us out? Actually, not the 80s. What's the last thing I did? Mess. Speaking of fast hardcore, where's the vocal one? Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Mac. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Bites. Yes, Bites. Guitar pedals are great for synths. Virtual or real. In fact, before I go, check out a channel by, I think she's called Emily Hopkins. She's a harp player that experiments with guitar pedals. Great way of hearing different flavours. There's a donk coming. Yes, there is, Chris. Thank you, Vex. To answer your question, Ogzilla. I like the Ogzilla, I get it. No, I don't have to put a clipper on the master because the master will clip. Well, technically my sound card's driver will be clipping. Strymon pedals are amazing. They are ex-Line 6 employees, and Line 6 were already very good, so thoroughly recommended. As Kyle says, all the Strymon stuff is good. Right then, I'm a mess, and I'm going to go and eat. Thanks to everyone. What is that triple crash sound? Oh, that's just a crash from a 909. That's the one I always use for that effect anyway. Yeah, the smash, 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 smash. Like this. Oh no. No, sorry, that's a drum break. That's the a recreation of the Amen break. From Vintage Breaks by Sample Magic. Thank you, Dubs. Thank you, SGT. Thank you, KT. No, Scorpion, I don't have a video on matching a reference. You do it by ear. Do it by ear, always. Like I said, meters can't be trusted. Make sure you're in a similar key and do it by ear. If you need to check the sub-range with spam, like to see where your kick drum is reaching and versus theirs, then by all means check span for things like that. But you have to do it by ear. Nice one. Night night. I'll see you next week. Hopefully it'll be the Hayden James video. Lots to learn in that one.